dwarf goblins.
Well, hello. Oh, immediately to start. Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Oh. Yeah, we're getting into, let me see. Oh, where do we go? Hey. Yeah, we're getting into that season where kids are showing up to school sick, so I am, currently feeling like I'm coming down with something. But, hey, we're doing good. Any update on Foundry Vagabond? Okay. So, everything that's gone on with Foundry is basically this. It's gonna need about $8,000 to $10,000 to develop. You hope it ain't COVID, I don't think it is. I mean, knock on wood, but yeah. It's going to take about $8,000 to $10,000 to develop, and what I'm essentially looking at doing for now is just so people aren't really, you know, I'm looking at collecting information and seeing who wants the who wanted the Foundry module versus who wants the Alchemy module. And the thing that I'm looking at doing is probably refunding the people who wanted to get the Foundry module. It's just looking way too expensive. If people wanted to consider that like a donation over, then like, yeah. Am I running any events for Vagabond at PAX? Oh, I just got hit up on Discord asking that. So I'm looking at probably doing a refund for people who are looking at doing that. Because it's just like, if I look at the overall player base of like who's really playing it right now, and I look at every single sale of, let's say, every single sale of the PDF, every single sale of the core rulebook, without even looking at the number of people who have downloaded the Basic Heroes Handbook, which has been free this entire time. The zine still costs money. I remember seeing some people that were like, it's deceptive for him to be selling the zine, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? No, it's free right there on the page. I don't know, people have got to take a second before yeah. So if I look at all that, I'm probably looking at about I'm gonna be optimistic here and say 1,000 to like 2,000 people potentially playing the game, or, you know, convincing their friends to, and yada yada yada. And if I look at like that number of people who's actually going over and playing Foundry, or who really wants it as a Foundry extension, I'm gonna say that it's probably less than 50. You wait, no idea why it switched to your oh okay. No, right on. Now, that all being said, if we're like, you gotta look at it like this. If I'm looking at it like a business decision, I can spend 10 grand and develop this for Foundry and like maybe make all of like 40 people happy, or I refund that money for the people who are backing it specifically for Foundry. I make the Albert extension, the Albert Radio extension that is free right now. And then ask those people, do you want the module for alchemy as a replacement, or what? Like, do you want to go with a refund? Business-wise, it would be an extremely bad decision right now to go in on Foundry. I could be putting that towards more adventure modules. I could be putting that towards hiring writers, hiring more artists, yada, yada, yada. I would have to look at... Like, here's the thing. It's like, that's 200 sales of the core rulebook. If we make that happen, you know, great. Cool. But I could also be putting that money towards getting more content for the game, you know? Like, that's kind of where I was at with it. Business-wise, you absolutely understand the decision. Yeah. A part of me, though, kind of wanted to just, like, do it. To be able to just be like... and to the fucking naysayers who were like, this isn't going to get developed, just to be like a big fuck you. But, I mean, honestly, it's just... I've got to look at it as not really a great business decision right now. And I could hurt the potential snowball of, like, hype that it's got right now by spending money on doing a thing where I can't really spend that money to, let's say, sponsor an ad read, you know? Yeah, the amount of sponsorships $10,000 could get. Yeah, no, 100%. Already knowing a lot of the rates of quite a few YouTubers. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of peepers getting on your project. Which could, in turn, turn into money that you would have to develop a module in the future, right? As of right now, we have a really, really fucking cool module, thanks to Alex over in the Discord, working for Owlbear Rodeo, which is free. And I'm gonna let people know, hey, if you want the convenience of D&D Beyond to play Vagabond, go check this out over on Owlbear Rodeo. And, like, you know, I mean, like, at that point, yeah, was the no list finished? Not yet. I honestly, with the insane tide of Deficient Master orders and everything with the Kickstarters and everything like that, I've been trying to get all of those out. And I've been answering emails like crazy. So, no, I've got the no list pulled up right here. I've got the no list pulled up. I haven't really worked on it much, because another thing that I've been working on is this down here. I'm working on the frequently asked questions doc. And I was doing this stream right here to kind of talk about all that. So yeah, what is the no list? You haven't been in a while. Okay, so the no list is for people who are doing third-party content. If you want to know, like, what my design philosophies were, kind of like building out Vagabond and what I thought in terms of, like, the class structure, these are the things that I'm like, be on the lookout for. Don't kind of fall into these traps that kind of came up whenever we were, like, working on the game. Just certain things to notice, why we keep certain things consistent, yada, yada, yada. This is all here just to tell people and explain to them why we do certain things or why we don't phrase certain things in a certain way. Now, one of these things that came up was actually going to go on the frequently asked questions doc. And I'll just kind of talk about that here. Boom. All right. So this has come up a lot. And it's been interesting to see, because I think a lot of people come to this system from 5e and they think that it's very strange that a shield does not also add to your armor rating. What a shield does in Vagabond, it functions very similar to how shields function over in Dragonbane. And that is, if you are trying to block a ranged attack, it is normally hindered unless you have a shield. If you have a shield, it negates that hinder, right? So it is a little bit of a defensive thing in there. However, shields also let you do a bunch of other stuff in Vagabond, like shoving with shields, right? They do have a damage die attached to it because shield bashing is baked into the game. We're also doing damage mitigation, not armor as evasion, right? Because we're doing that, a flat +1 to armor rating is very good. Like, very, very good. To the people who have been asking this as to why it doesn't, I would ask kind of like why you think it should. And another thing is, we did test it. we did test it as just a flat +1 to armor rating. The equation for how armor class converts over into armor mitigation, it's tricky. I think I showed the equation off in another supplement, but basically we did test it as a flat +1. Whenever a lot of enemies are using the basic expert damage structure, that +1 means that basically if they're rolling a d6, they're 9, I mean, I say 9 times out of 10, 4 times out of 6, 2 times out of 3, 66.666%. There we go. I can do math. That percent of the time, they're just not hitting you. If you go full plate, that 66.666%, and they're only doing like a d6 of damage, you're just not getting hit, you know? If you shove with a shield, does that deal damage as a part of the same action? My friend has a disagreement on that last Sunday. Okay, so let me pull this up real quick. And it's worth it to, let me see here, equipment, shields. I'll put in another one here. Question, shields. Do shields do their damage as well as use the shove property at the same time? Okay, so I'm going to go over into the core rulebook and talk about this. Okay. Now, the way that this works out, so it says that it can shove over in the armor section, right? Now, shoving is something that is normally done in place of an attack, right? So instead of dealing damage, you are doing this other thing to do control, right? Now, hang on a second. I just wanted to go over here. There is a, because we have this taken care of somewhere else. Hang on. I want to make sure that I give you something to point to in the rulebook. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, you ran a game of Vagabond this past Sunday for some people over on the Discord. You'll have fun. Oh, awesome. It makes me so happy to hear it. So, on a pass, you either shove it 5 feet or prone, right? Now, if it says that it can shove, this is replacing the damage instance with the shove, right? So if it says that you can shove with it, normally you have to have your hands free, right? But this right here says you must have a brawl or shield weapon equipped, yada yada yada, right? The brawl is your hands are free. The shield is doing the shield thing. This is replacing the damage instance. Just got yours yesterday. You really like it. You do think under the stats section, other than just the table, you specified how you'd select stats? Wait, right here? I do think under the stats section, other than just the table, you specified how you'd select stats. You mean why, like, why did we do stats this way? Like, to where it's just the D12 table? You just finished reading a book series where the character used 2 shields and wanted to build him, well, his height was like 2 doors. Yeah, you can do dual shielding if you want to. If you want to do shove and then shove again, boom, that's like the Vanguard fantasy. If you want to just keep pushing people around, just do the bully build, yeah, you can absolutely do that. Yeah, I want to make sure, because this could be a really good thing to answer in here. Let's talk about stats here in a second. New shields, no. Shove replaces, shove occurs instead of the damage. You say choose or roll to or D12 instead of, how that works is unclear to a few of the players. You can either choose one of the arrays right here or just roll a D12 and use it. Just choose one of these 12, or, right? Choose your stats and assign them in any order. You can roll a D12 above and said, oh, now you're making me irk about how I wrote that. I figured it was kind of apparent. Oh, I could see how that could use a, yeah. That could use a little bit more clarification, actually. I do agree with that. Luckily, I do have something to announce about that. So, the second print run, what's going on with that? I am currently working on fixing any typos, any little errors that we pick up, anything like that, before I submit the file over to London Pendragon. The other perks to this are, I know that some people are going to feel like, well, wait, you just sold me this one and you're telling me that there's errors with it. There's typos, that's part of printing. I mean, like, the D&D books have errors in them. All of these books have different errors in them. On the second print wave, we can correct that. And the thing that I'm trying to do to kind of up the quality of the second print run, I'm going to look at some different options that we have on here. One of the first things I'm looking at doing, and some people might be like, whatever. I'm looking at doing a second book ribbon on it. Overall price, I think that would increase is kind of negligible. But yeah, so I'm looking at doing a second book ribbon. That it is going to have the typo fixes and all that stuff. The other thing is, there were a couple people who have mentioned, you know, they got their shipment and it included a little mini dungeon in there that they weren't expecting. So, that is the Caustic Cave of Cas Moyden. It's a starter adventure that I wrote to go onto a postcard. Now, the thing with that adventure is, that was honestly the first dungeon I ever wrote. Like, ever, as a D&D, like, game master, anything like that. Whenever I've had to pull something out randomly, like to run a one-shot or whatever, I've just kind of resorted to that because I had it like baked in memory. Now, it's been really great just to have as like, oh, here's a freebie to go out there. But I almost feel a little bit like I'd like to do that one upright. So what I'm looking at doing is keying that one up, doing it all up the way that I've done like Wet Dreams, Rook and the Crook, all that other stuff, and including it in the core rulebook as a quest. I had been kind of 50-50 as to whether or not I should do that. Including, I get the whole point to including starter quests like in your rulebook and everything, but I had been a little bit iffy on it. I wasn't totally sure how I totally felt about it. So what I've also thought about doing was making that one a mini zine, where it was like, here's an 8-pager, so we can print like 500 of these and just give it to you if you order the core rulebook, right? So second print run, is that a new funding campaign? No. Watching this while gambling? What up, Crow? No, it is not. Alright. Crowdfunding. I don't like the mindset that's gone on with crowdfunding as of late. There was another post that was kind of critical about this because I guess Evil Hat was doing a crowdfunding campaign. And someone was talking about how you just lost $600. What the fuck are you doing? Playing Magic? Like, so like, there's this weird pressure, I think, that a lot of indie guys have to set like their goal as $10,000. And I've noticed this. Hey, I'm one of those guys who kind of felt that pressure. One of the things, there's a couple things I don't really like about crowdfunding. Kickstarter, one of the things I really don't like about Kickstarter is, if you're a newbie and you try starting your project out on Kickstarter, it's really easy to fuck that up. Kickstarter, what a lot of the people don't really know, or I guess what you should know that it is really easy to fuck up a Kickstarter whenever you make your product and you get you fund the Kickstarter, all that other stuff. I knew about this, so I knew to charge it beforehand, but there was some other complications with the project. You need to not look at your goal that you're going to hit for money as like, that's what this project is going to have. You got to remember, part of what you're charging your customers is shipping. part of their pledge is shipping. That's the thing that you're supposed to budget for whenever you're building out your Kickstarter's like goal, is you need to account for shipping. The other portion, and this is, by the way, this is a reason why you see a lot of Kickstarters that will do like, hey, we did Kickstarter and then we're going to use BackerKit for fulfillment, because BackerKit is a way for them to go, we're not going to take your shipping right now, we're going to take it later and process it then, because we don't want to take that money now and then kind of have it mixed up with our budget for like art and all this other stuff, and then realize later on when it's time to ship it to you guys, oh fuck, we spent that money, right? It's a little bit of organization into how you can fix this, right? So there's that. BackerKit allows you to process all that shipping and stuff later. The issue that happened to me, and this is another reason why you should probably look at doing fulfillment after you charge shipping later, is because if you wind up in a situation like I did, right, where I started the crowdfunding campaigns before a major global trade war started, and then it starts, and now shipping rates have nearly tripled. Well, so I kind of get stuck, and I'm like trying to figure out what the fuck to do about all this over here or whatever, and I wind up having to spend some of what would otherwise have been revenue on correcting a completely unforced error. Completely. So trying to figure that shit out, right? And that's why you don't like when they use BackerKit, because they could also hold the item until shipping is paid. Oh, thanks for the 300, now also pay 120 more that we didn't tell you about. Well, here's the deal, right? If they were charging you that 300 and then the 120 later on down the line, would you rather them say it costs $420 up front? I mean, like, if they say that and they're like, okay, well, here's our estimated shipping rate right here, it includes the 120 that you will have to pay later, and they're upfront about that, that's a different story, right? In that case, I don't think that there's any way that they can really fault for, you know, I mean, in this situation, like with what's going on with Vagabond and the international stuff, I've told people, like, hey, hit me up and we can try to work something out. There are probably people in this chat right now who, after they saw that, emailed me and we worked something out, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So we worked on that, you know. The thing is, it is complicated the way that things have to be set up on certain platforms. Yeah, upfront, yeah, no, for sure. Like, publish your estimated shipping, but I think the thing that all of us have learned in this last year is that we can't really account for world events changing, affecting our projects. Yeah. They 100% say you pay the shipping after the campaign. It's not a surprise charge. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is like, if you put it on your campaign, right, this is the estimated shipping. Like, this is the thing I had to do, right? I put up the estimated shipping, and then things changed because fucking Cheeto got elected, right? So, like, what do you do, you know? Now all that being said, tying this back over into here. Now, oh wait, you remember you said something about a collector edition later, so you were curious? Collector edition? Oh, Travis, yeah, that's Pablo, that's the writer, yeah. Collector edition, okay. I'm not really looking at doing a collector edition necessarily. What I would like to do is I want to do a kind of a kit. I would really like to do this, but this is the kind of thing I would need to crowdfund. Unless Vagabond were somehow able to make another, like, I mean, so I've got this other print run, right? I've got a bunch of other stuff that still needs to sell. I've got a ton of these Basic Heroes handbooks. So if anyone's trying to get something, Dude, those are still available. All right. So the thing that I'm looking for, the thing with the kit and the core rulebook. Okay, so there's a couple things I would really, really like to get for this. I want to pull something up real quick. Okay, so this is such a strange situation, and I've talked with AJ about this before. I feel really bad for him because this thing should have taken off. I'm gonna hype it up right now because I really want to get in touch with the company that is producing these and talk with AJ in order for me to be able to get this thing made specifically for Land of the Blind. I want to post it up because, to me, this is the best battle mat I have ever used, and this thing needs to have you all's attention. This is... This is wild. How cool of a fucking battle mat this is. This is a silicone battle mat. There is one thing that I wish that they could fix with it, but I think it is just a problem with, is it fabric? No, it's silicone. And yeah, so it's silicone. You can fold this up however you want to, leave it in a closet for like a year. It will come out, lay flat every fucking time. Every fucking time. AJ literally cooked a pizza on it for a demo, and it was fine and fucking usable. It is crazy. Wait, does it function like a folder and insert any printed map? This is the problem with that, right? Shipping is also variable. Yes, and I need to tell people about this too before they start making orders, because I just heard some stuff about Canada and some people getting hit with like a $40 to $80 charge once they got the stuff over the border. This is such a killer. Hey, what up, Kibbles? Good to see you, dude. It's been a hot second. Hope you're doing well, man. So this, by the way, got any pics of that pizza? I'm sure AJ's got some somewhere. This is the best battle mat I have ever used. AJ tried to crowdfund it and it didn't take off. I was really lucky that AJ sent me out 2 of them to preview before he kicked the campaign off. Around the time that the campaign kicked off, life got fucking crazy. And I wasn't really able to do anything for it for about the month or 2 that this thing was up. Unfortunately, it didn't take off. Now, what AJ's told me is that he has licensed it out. And this is, as far as I know, he is the one who owns the rights to produce it. So I want to see if there isn't some way that I can turn a little bit of the success that we've had with Vagabond over into getting this thing into more people's hands. If we were able to do the core rulebook and like the big starter kit stuff, I would want to include one of these in the box. How big are they? It's 120. What's 120 divided by 5? 60? So 60 squares wide, right? Wait. 120 divided by 5? No, wait, I'm fucking stupid. Hang on. 120 divided by 5? 20, 30. 30. Wait, what? Oh my god, I'm fucking stupid. All right. I can math. Yeah, don't you know, like, that's why I don't do the numbers crunch on balance. Okay, so 30. Wait, 24? Are we all fucking stupid? Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, Kibbles actually measured it? Oh shit, wait, does it just say on the website though? It doesn't say. Uh-oh. Number heartbreak. Yeah, I'm also starting to feel like I'm coming down with something. So like, I can feel there wants to be a headache. Yeah, so it's 24. Okay, thank you. So 24, I'm pretty sure it's 24 wide? Kibbles could tell me, you just pulled that from the Kickstarter. Ah, thank you.
Dwarf goblins.
And then it is Switch 9001. Hey, welcome. Whatever that is, yeah. So what I would like to do is I would like to be able to manufacture these. I would like to get this thing. I want to buy the rights to be able to make this. I don't know how much the licensing is for it or anything like that. If we could just get the permission for it, awesome. I would like to make this happen. I already know the manufacturer who makes it. They have already hit me up in the past. We've had conversations. Yeah. So I would like to do this really bad. This is my favorite mat I've ever used. And it makes me really sad that more people can't get it. The official Vagabond. The Vagabond? Is that so I would like to include something like this. It would be cool if we could do the punch out like minis and things like that, but honestly, I don't really know that that's going to be realistic. I've been so much more partial to using tokens anymore that I don't really know how effective that is, right? So I like this. I like this as an idea to include in the starter kit. Another thing I would like to do, and this is one of the reasons why I think this would require Kickstarter or a crowdfunding campaign. So I have talked to some adventure writers that I have really, really loved over the years. I really, really love their work. And what I would love to do is get a book of about 8 to 10 adventures, kind of like an adventure anthology, right? I really love what they did with the adventure anthology 1 and 2 over at Necrotic Gnome. And I would love to get together a book that was just boom, like this is an adventure tome. These can be run as one-shots, they can be run as a full campaign, what the hell ever, right? Why is it so good you only use vinyl mats? It can take both dry and wet erase markers. If you don't have either of those, you can literally use Sharpie on it and it wipes off. You can color on it with like Crayola markers and it is fine. No damage to it whatsoever. I mean, I haven't taken a ballpoint pen to it or anything like that, but I am so sick of battle mats where it's like you can only use wet erase markers on this $40 battle mat or else it'll be stained forever. Like, what? We know better than this now. We can get something else out. The only thing I really wish, and AJ told me he tried to do this too, is I guess apparently because of the material with silicone, they can't make it transparent. I wish that there was a way to make it transparent, because if you could just put a piece of artwork underneath it or like over a screen for your TV and you have an instant grid for whatever terrain you have underneath it. I mean, it's cool to have the combat maps like what they do for Dragonbane, where it has the flip like, okay, this side's stone and this side is grass. That's awesome. I love that they do that. This would be a step up. You know who should absolutely get behind doing something like this and invest the money into trying to make it happen is Shepeku. Or Shepeku. I don't know. Us Americans say it weird. But like, I think they're French, so I think Shepeku, maybe. I don't know if Val or Trek is in the comments or the chat. Let me know if I got that right. I probably don't. It's okay. Yeah, you can spill soda and food. Yeah. No, it's fucking incredible. I take them up to the after school D&D club I run because I know that those kids are not going to be able to fuck it up. They are not going to be able to destroy those things. You would literally have to like take a pencil and try to jam it through there. And, like, if you break it, you meant to break it. You can run it over with a truck. You can do what the hell ever. It won't. That is a perfect battle mat. But this is one of those things where it just didn't really get the eyes on it that it really deserved. AJ made what I think is a perfect product. That is the best battle mat I have ever used. Last one I would ever use, kind of a situation. I'm not sponsored by him or anything like that. See, you can hear my fucking voices going out. I'm not sponsored by it or anything like that. No paid endorsements at any time. AJ sent me a freebie, and I have literally told other sponsors that have been like, we're making this battle mat, or we're making it, and I'm like, guys, it's not this other thing. It's straight up, it's not this other thing. It's, yeah. AJ is just that good, because he knows what the consumer's gonna want. Because he's authentically been doing this thing for decades. You know, there's so often that I see a lot of these Kickstarters where I'm like, this seems like a thrifty thing rather than something that has real utility, right? That is the best battle mat you could ever buy, straight up. And if you can get it right now, if you can get it, please tell the D&D WoW people, whoever owns that storefront now, that I sent you. Because yes, it's a $60 battle mat, but I swear to God, I swear on everything, it is the best battle mat I've ever had. The only way I think you could possibly improve it, is by making it transparent. The hex grid mat like this would be a peak product. Guess what's on the flip side of that? A hex grid. So my thing is, they should do a transparent version of it if they could possibly make that work. The opaque ones, yeah, the opaque ones that are not transparent. On one side it's the grid, on the other side it's the hex crawl grid thing. Yeah, yep. Literally the last battle mat you'll ever need. It is I have seen a couple products that come and go in the D&D scene or whatever that I'm like, yeah, this is like cute or whatever, but like it's not really all that, like, I don't know. People give me free shit all the time, and if I don't immediately see like, that needs to be in my kit all the time now, this has just replaced this other thing, I won't really talk about it. I don't know. I used to be a really big fan of like the NPC face cards. I still think that there's a use for those. I think that they're pretty cool. But over time, they just felt like I was collecting this big collection of portraits that were like $40 for a collection of 30 of them or something. And I was like, this just doesn't feel right. This feels like there's got to be a better way to do this. In the future, what I think would be sick is to make an NPC deck working with a specific artist or whatever. And we just, work together with that artist and say, hey, we're going to do this kind of a split. We'll handle all the logistics, all the fulfillment, all that other stuff. We just want to make a deck of cards that has 100 NPC faces and bears your artwork, Cute like a prophecy table. It looks nice, but why? That's the thing, right? This is a problem that I had with the Mythic GM emulator. That thing just felt like, I don't know, it felt like I just couldn't really understand what the intent of it was, other than like it's supposed to feel like you're solo playing with a game master, and I'm like, okay, but I think the solo side of the engine should be interesting first, and it can handle like the AI or what the hell ever of, give people some guidance on running it solo rather than, I don't know, this thing that's like, we're going to fill the purpose of spontaneity and world building for you. And I'm like, okay, but this feels incredibly overcomplicated. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of Mythic. It's never really been my thing. Spooky shit. I don't know what that noise was. Okay, so, wow, that was a long ways to get around to answering this question. Okay, so stats. Let's talk about this. So, stats. What does it mean by choose your stats? And why is there only a D12 table to randomly determine stats? What's the roll system? Roll, rather than a roll generator, I don't know, what do you call that? Like 3d6 down the line. Example 4d6, drop the lowest. How do you find the Alba Rodeo extension? The instructions for that are in the Discord. That's the thing that I'm going to set up. I'm going to work on setting up some bots for chat that anytime someone asks for like the Alba Rodeo extension, it will just immediately hyperlink it. I'm going to have to talk to some people that are smarter than me on figuring that out for the chat bots. But yeah. It's over in the community Discord. If you just go look up Albert Rodeo, Alex is the developer of it. Saturated me feels like a spectrum of jack of all trades, expert in my field. Yes, so let's talk about this real quick. So stats. What does it mean by choose your own stats, and why is there only a D12 table to randomly determine stats rather than a roll system? Example 46 drop for the lowest. This is a very interesting thing that happened during development. So I wanted to get rid of ability scores. I didn't like the idea of ability scores. It's one of the things that I still think Shadowdark could have. Wait, Kelsey got rid of it, right? Shit, I don't remember. But I don't. I think that it introduces something into your system to have these scores that realistically overcomplicates things, and most people just get confused by. They're like, well, I have this score, but then I have this modifier, but the only one I'm paying attention to 99% of the time is the modifier. Why doesn't it just show me the modifier for that? Well, because rolling for the modifier is a little bit trickier and yada. So I just decided I'm going to scrap all that, and we're just going to do, here are the modifiers. And I knew with the way that I wanted to do the rolling system, stats had to range from 2 to 7. The modifier is what matters at the end. Yes. Now, what that means is, can we roll 4d6, drop the lowest, or 3d6 down the line and generate a 2 to 7 base for the score? No. Could we roll, I don't know, 2d7, or sorry, 2d4 minus 1? Well, sure, but then that could possibly get you a 1, and that's not mathematically representing the system. You know, I guess if I was wanting to do this, it would have to be roll a d6 plus 1, right? Like, you could roll a d6 plus 1 for each of your stats. Sure, I guess you could do that. But in all reality, I just don't like rolling for stats. I have never liked that at any table. Because typically what tends to happen is people will roll one, and then they'll be like, ah, shit, this character's not super great. I guess I'll just throw them off of a cliff and roll up someone else. Or they get this god tier character, and then they're like, haha, yeah, I want to roll up that one. You know, and it's, God, I despise it. If some people love it, that's on them. You know, I was out to make the system that I wanted to make. The system that felt good for me to run, not the one that's tailored for this other person, right? So initially we started out doing this as point buy, right? There were a couple people that got into the chat and ran this out as to what we would need to do for the point buy system. This was over 2 years ago. And as it turned out, the way that we built this out with the point buy, to where you would either get, you know, it starts out as all 2s, and then you add into your scores in order to get up to a 7, a 6, a 5, 4, 3, whatever, right? It turned out that with the point buy system that we created, this was fascinating. There were only 12 possible results that could come from using that point buy system. Because of that, because we don't have this wild swing in variables like you do with, you know, 3d6 or 46 drop the lowest, or whatever the point buy system is for D&D 5e right now, this meant that we could represent literally any possible way you could do point buy with a D12 table. We can do roll for stats and point buy. We can make sure that everyone starts out on the even playing field and still give you the feel of roll for stats. You would randomly roll to determine what your character is, right? If you roll on that table a lot, I'm very curious to see who winds up feeling a bit underwhelmed by their character by rolling, and then you're probably going to get the sensation of, like, what is that temptation you feel that you wish you could just take something else? You wish you could have just picked one instead. This is what it comes down to with rolling for stats. There's always that, like, random feeling of, like, oh, I don't like how this turned out. I wish I had done something else. I hate that feeling. I hate how it makes you jump into the premise of ever playing that character. And I don't really get any value out of it. If it's from a traditional thing, I'm very much like, fuck traditionalism. I would hate to keep making the same fucking game that everybody's made a million times over. Because it seems to be that's That's what people think of Fantasy Heartbreaker is it's just basic expert with the serial numbers filed off. This is not like, I don't know. I tried to diagnose a lot of the things that I did not like about the feel of systems like Dungeons and Dragons 5th Edition, Basic Expert, Dragonbane, Merkborg, all these other ones. And games that I love, right? There's games that I really, really like in there. But then there's aspects of them that I'm like, I really like that. And I wish I could take that thing. And that's just, right? People almost always just choose an array once they realize they can. Yup. If people really do want to just roll it, you can just roll it, sure. But at the end of the day, you're gonna just be happier picking some of the more specialized ones to just put that where you want it. Now, if you want to do the feeling of like, no, I like the growth in my character, okay, sick. Then like, you can still do that, right? But not everybody has to, you know? Yeah, it's your ideal fantasy TTRPG experience. I always choose. Yeah, I always choose. And I tend to go into the specialized ones because, yeah, I just kind of know, like, I want to be good at the thing that I'm building this character to do. I haven't played many jacks of all trades because it always kind of feels like, just by the way that the math works out overall, that character is not really great at much of anything. And the, like, quote-unquote reliability of your role just doesn't really get it. You know, I always feel like I cooperate more, or, like, I fit in better with a team whenever I know that I'm specialized for a thing, rather than I'm the guy that built my character to do everything kind of shitty, you know? You totally get it, especially if we're not doing something that's intended to be a meat grinder. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I should say this in here as well. What is the general vibe and power level power fantasy to Vagabond characters? BX and Shadowdark emphasize dangerous exploration and combat with dangerous enemies, with, how about typically lethal, disincentivizing. I'm sure I didn't spell that right. That C is probably an S, but sue me. Disincentivizing, poking things with a stick. How about this? Poking bears with a stick. Vagabond is more of a high action power fantasy, where heroes will feel more like the Doom-esque it feels weird to say brutes and mastermind wizards, I guess, yeah, more of a high action power fantasy where heroes will feel more like Doom-esque brutes and competent mages. Here we go. Sword and sorcery power fantasy where heroes will feel more like, yeah, Doom-esque brutes. Well, that kind of doesn't really make sense. Are encouraged. Here we go. To live out exciting combat. This feels, I hate the word exciting combat. No, go in and fuck shit up. That's what I want to say. They're I don't know, badass. Doomguy or Doomslayer? Yeah, I was like thinking it's like I've heard Doomslayer, but I'm always like, wait, no, it's like Doomguy, right? If you can't make Conan the Barbarian and Gandalf in the same party, something's wrong. Yeah, like that's the thing is like to me, so many other games. This is another reason why I think Vagabond is different than a lot of other dungeon crawlers. Vagabond characters are not really meant to be like very big survivalists. You know, like you're not meant to feel like, oh, the world is terrifying and that's yet. No, I'm like, no. 9 times out of 10, whenever I go to a table of people playing a game, they're making dick jokes. They're not really terrified, right? They're looking for a reason to laugh. They're looking for a reason to humiliate an enemy, do it, whatever, right? Vagabond is instead embracing that kind of chaos that happens at a table, and I've tried to build a game around making the combat system and magic systems interesting, and like, you know, is the exploration interesting? I'm going to tell you straight up, most players don't engage with those mechanics, so I did not prioritize them. There's a little bit of work in there to where, like, if people want to do that, the game can reward you for doing it. Most people don't engage with that part of the game. That's just... Yeah, I mean, as much as I've been doing playtest with it, at least. Funnily, the merchant in my last session threw himself off the ship. What? I want you to beat up bad guys and look badass doing it. Work. Yeah, like, I mean, yeah. To me, I wanted to build an action game first. It's always baffled me how there's certain games that like try to masquerade themselves as like these are games of survival and attrition and extremely, you know, scary, dark environments and yada yada yada. And I'm like, most of the time, whenever that kind of game gets to the table, my players are going to take the piss out of it and they're going to just try to find a reason to laugh at it, right? I'm like, oh, fuck it. Like, let me give you guys characters that kind of fulfill the fantasy you're going for, right? And you want to talk about how mass combat works? In Vagabond, if I throw like 20 goblins at a party, okay, cool. I just want them to fuck them up. Like, that's the thing. I want to be able to just do some insane shit like that and make them go, oh, this is why I saved all my mana for this. Boom! Like, you know, whatever. Like, that's the fun thing. And I don't get why people are so terrified of that, you know? I immediately people go like, well, that feels like that's completely imbalanced or yet. And I'm like, what? People want to go in and fuck up enemies. Why is that a big deal? Let them go fuck up enemies. This is another thing with fantasy and magic I just don't like. It feels like it's too limiting of a resource of just giving you a bunch of keys that are looking for a problem to solve. Instead, I was like, let me give you a bunch of flexible skeleton keys for a bunch of different problems, you know? Anything that could come up, well, here's your prompt, you know? Yeah, we're here to tell jokes and do cool shit. It really does feel pretty unique amongst the rest of the scene. Yep, that's kind of my thought. Because here's my deal. Like, I like to think, you know, here, stick with me here. I like to think of myself as somewhat of a normie. Whoa, sorry. You know, I didn't really get into, like, TTRPG stuff until about... Wow, yeah, no, it has been a decade. Yeah, like a decade ago, right? I didn't necessarily grow up with this stuff, you know? So, to me, the thing that I got into D&D that I thought would be really, really fun with was every time I kept thinking about what would be cool to do with this character, it was not a thing of, oh yeah, it would be really interesting to see how foraging rules reward my character. What? Like, and I don't really have the theater kid energy, so like to me, the idea of like, my system needs to really reward the deep roleplay, and no, that's just not where I'm at, right? You hate Sonic music and socialize, yeah, that's a normie. Hey, thank you! So, like, there are other games that do that or have tried to do it. And whenever I played those games, I just feel uncomfortable at the fucking table. It's not me. I wanted to make a game that prioritized the things that to me felt fun to do. That ever since I was originally, as a designer for like D&D homebrew or whatever, how I wished 5e ran while I was homebrewing for it, right? Whenever I originally got the idea, like what was my first inspiration into like, all right, I want to pick up a D&D book because this looks fun as shit. What was the feeling of what I imagined this game should feel like, right? And whenever I got in on making Vagabond, that was the thing I kind of brought myself back to. There is a really big thing in music. Whenever you get yourself to a point where you feel like really, really deep imposter syndrome, you feel like, man, there's other players in the town that play the same instrument as me and they're getting the calls for gigs, not me. Man, I just feel like I sound like shit. I just feel like I'm not really incentivized to even really practice anymore. Yada, 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 yada. I'm sure those of you guys that have done either music or art, writing, any kind of a creative endeavor, have felt this kind of imposter syndrome before. The best advice I've ever gotten for getting over this, and part of the mindset that I kept going into making Vagabond, was you never let the childlike wonder that first got you into that thing, you need to hold back onto that. You need to be able to grasp onto that. That is the thing that got you passionate about doing that thing in the first place, right? That feeling of, I pick this thing up and it's like, ooh, it make noise. Not fun. Me play strings. Ooh, yay. Right? Like, me make game. We roll dice. Make story. Dick joke. Yay. Like, you need to hang on to that, like, initial feeling, because that is, in part, that is an aspect of inspiration. There is something about the thing that initially drew you into it that will get you back on the right path. To me, I knew that, like, whenever I made this game, I knew that there would be a lot of people that were just using 5e as a palette, and they were going to go, I just want to make D&D 5e, but I want to remove Wizards of the Coast, right? And, like, I don't even think that that's a really valiant effort. Shit, that was a super non-intentional pun. Holy shit. Oh, I realized that after I said it, I was like, wait, okay. But, I didn't really see much value in that, because to me, after years of playing 5e and writing for it and all this other shit, I realized I really wasn't happy with the core of 5e. I was so much happier with all these other games, right? And I still wanted it to, like, I still wanted it to give me the character expression of a lot of modern games. And I still wanted to be able to be like, yes, this is how I make Thor. Like, yeah, I still want that, right? But one of the things that I loved specifically about the OSR was how fucking fast they ran and how much more they felt like a board game. Like there is a game I'm engaging with, not just this idea of roll dice and I need you all to play out your tea break as fucking, okay, that's some people's game, but it's not mine, people got very, 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 like, bottlenecked, I guess, maybe. I don't know that this is the right word, but they got very bottlenecked into only really experiencing, like, everything that we're going to play is going to be through the lens of D&D 5e. And as a result, I don't know if I get into someone's game, if it's going to be like, all right, we're going to go in and fuck up some orcs, or it's going to be, today we're just spending our time role-playing out, conversing at the tavern. So, like, I stopped fucking around with playing a lot of D&D games because I just got exhausted of not really knowing what the experience was going to be like, right? Now, could somebody do that heavy roleplay table with Vagabond? Yeah, sure. But that's something that emerged at the table, not the system was pushing them to do that, right? I didn't really design a lot of mechanics in Vagabond that were specifically geared toward specifically exploration and social interaction. They do exist, but, like, that stuff feels like it's so much better suited as, like, that's what you guys are going to do as a result of everything else about the game being fun. you guys have your story that emerges naturally. This is a big part of the OSR mindset. Go look at Principia Apocrypha or Prismatic Wisdom. Both of these talk a lot about how these aspects of the game naturally emerge as a result of the other aspects of the game not really needing to codify it so much, right? Trusting that whenever people play a role-playing game, they probably want to fucking role-play, right? But if you give them mechanics for that very specifically, it starts to turn very theater kid. And the theater kid vibes can make a lot of people not really super comfortable with like being forced to act at the table, right? Now suddenly you have to act out the feeling of seeing your child fall prey to this curse and become a vampire. Like, it's just the kind of thing that for me I'm like, oh no, like I don't know, yeah. Your Pathfinder 2e game, your players want you to roll. Your players want to roleplay. So you build a festival where they need to work the social ladder for both parties. And this group is tired of it after one party. Yeah. So you're dropping the BBEG on the next session. Yeah, and again, it's like there's a lot of people that will watch an episode of like Critical Role and see a group of actors doing acting, and they think that like, yes, that's the kind of thing I want to do at the table or whatever. And then they go and get to a table and their expectations aren't really met because, I'm sorry, that's not generally the kind of game that most people are trying to play with it. They're just like, haha, dice make me do funny thing. Like, that's it. And I wanted to make a game that felt like, yes, the dice do make you do funny thing. Like, like that's it. And I just try to embrace that ethos from the get-go because I didn't really want to chase around all this idea of a bunch of flowery prose around it or anything like that. It's just straight up, I wanted a game where you go in, you fuck shit up with swords. That's you. Like, that's what you do. And it still lets you make your character into whatever you kind of want to make with it, There's a couple cool rules editions, but they are rules editions. It still always seems to fall into slog unless you hack it like 5e. Yeah, I have its personal rule. I kind of talked about it a little bit, but whenever I am in development on anything, I don't look at any other work that's in development. And the whole time that I was working on Vagabond, well, Daggerheart, Draw Steel, there are all these other games that started to drop, and I didn't look at them. I haven't caught up on it. I don't really know what the player base has been like for a lot of these. I don't. I've been kind of just busy trying to manage my own business here, and avoiding a lot of the craziness that is the TTRPG scene. And yeah, it has been really funny though. Like, as an outsider, kind of this summer, getting a perspective on it, where like I'll hear about some kind of shit happening in the scene, and I'm like, I really do a lot of that would my mom care kind of a thing. I've talked about this in the past. There's a certain way that I'm now managing the way I determine how much I give a shit about some information that drops in the TTRPG scene. And this is, here you guys go. If you want to live a little less terminally online, this is called the would my mom give a fuck rule. Okay, so I did an example with this with the Pirate Software drama, where like he said that he was out of mana in a fucking Warcraft raid, and I'm like, I'm going to try and explain this to my mother. Mom, God, I should do that someday, and I should get it on camera. I should be like, okay, Mom, you need to tell me how much you give a shit about this. Because it tends to be, if my mom doesn't give a fuck, if she literally can't understand it, I'm gonna say straight up, it does not matter. It does not matter. There's very, very small instances of drama that happen in the TTRPG scene that I will say really do matter in the long run. And the big thing with this is Scandal. Scandal is a different type of thing, and I don't really like whenever Scandal is categorized as drama. Scandal is a lot more like, okay, there is something that is fucking a mass of people over or something like that. And this is like, no, people need to be aware that this is happening. OGL that's why I called it a scandal, and I never have called it drama. I don't know. Someone will clip me and find out where I've called it drama at some point, but yeah. Yeah, I also hate when literal crimes are classified as drama. Yeah. And in some cases, like, I guess the recent thing that's gone on is the whole thing with TwitchCon and the Emiru sexual assault. And it's like, that? Yes, that needed attention, because that right there drew a lot of eyes at the fact that TwitchCon has just basically essentially been so lax on security, especially whenever we have had multiple instances of violence against streamers. You know, like, it just kind of goes to show, like, by the way, that's the part of the reason why I'm not multi-streaming on Twitch tonight. I just feel weird streaming on the platform these days. I've talked about it in the past where, like, Twitch has just kind of been giving me the ick. Whenever they tried to do the ban on burn-in ads, I was like, oh, fuck that. I want to help to promote some smaller indie titles on my stream at some point. It's very, very strange. I just don't really have a great feeling about streaming on Twitch anymore. So, and I do just kind of think it's nice to have this congregation of 40 people here on fucking YouTube hanging out, just watching me have an InDesign document open up when I haven't fucking done anything for like a month. Fuck. Well, hey, but I appreciate having you all around. Okay, I will fill that one in later, but I need to get to some other questions here. Was it on the Slop Channels cover it? Now it's drama instead of a violent act that warrants immediate action. Yep. Twitch is amazingly incompetent, and Dan Clancy should be fired. I would 100% agree with that. This is the kind of thing. This is the kind of scandal that warrants a CEO getting his ass put out on the streets. Okay. Hang on, I'm scrolling up to try and find some questions from chat. Oh, somebody asked, second print run, is that a new funding campaign? No, there was enough profit thanks to Deficient Master's fucking incredible video to where, no, I'm paying for the second print run. There's no, we are doing pre-orders. I'm going to say that we are doing pre-orders, but we're not giving any money over to a crowdfunding campaign. Straight up, this is just, we're paying for 1,000 books. I'm going to pay for 1,000 books. We're going to get them shipped here. I'm going to sell those. If I can sell out of those, we're going to do another run. Because I can manage to do this like once a quarter. Yeah. Ugh. I really hope I'm not getting sick again. God damn it. You think you watched Efficient Master's video more than 10 times? It's fucking incredible. Straight up, I could not have done... oh my god. I would have easily paid somebody $4 or $5 grand to do what he did. Even more, honestly. And it would have been worth it. It's fucking incredible. Stop getting COVID. I don't have COVID. Wait, speaking of, god damn it, I should test for it, huh? Fuck. Okay, today is the first day that I'm feeling kind of bad though. And I can tell it's creeping up into a sickness. Kids are fucking disgusting. You should have his video, the official how to play Vagabond. Oh no, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm very much yes. It explains everything about the magic system I would want it to explain. Oh, yes, that's been interesting. The questions that have come up about the magic system. I am trying to get this solidified in here because before we do another print run, if this stuff needs to be corrected in the magic system, I want to get rules cleared up before we do another print. The rules as they stand are correct. The problem is something about the way that they are worded is causing confusion. There's a couple instances that I have been, people have been asking me about that I've tried to make little notes on over here. Yeah, it's probably just because of the weather change. God, I hope so. How does food taste? Can you taste anything but salt? Fuck, you're scaring me. Hang on. Okay. First off, hang on. Alright, so this is naked drink. Okay, this should taste like nice blueberry, right? Ooh. It smell. Wait. Why does it smell like garlic? Shut up. Stop. Oh no. Oh fuck, hang on. Alright, this should be peanut butter. It's a peanut butter biscuit thing. Okay. It doesn't really, I mean, like, it does taste like peanut butter. There is a, okay, this is a weird thing. You know how peanut butter, okay, you know how peanuts kind of have like a, there's the smell, but there's also the feeling that happens in your nose whenever you smell peanuts. I feel like I get the feeling that slightly kind of like dirty, but not. Am I being paranoid? Coffee is a really good litmus test too. Good thing I just made some. Dude, I might be ordering a COVID test tonight. Okay, coffee. I haven't tried it yet. It could be paranoia. I know. Hang on. Is the Vagabond Discord a Patreon thing? You can working link. Is there a mod here who can post it up? Here I can join up with my channel Discord. I know. Part of the problem has been I haven't been streaming a lot. Here. If you guys want to join up, don't overanalyze the flavor. Wait, don't overanalyze it? Chat, I'm gonna fucking... Wait, why can't I type in chat? Live chat. There we go. Wait, why can't I fucking... I used to be able to type in chat over here. Alright, hang on. Mute me here. Mute site, thank you. Or just mute the tab? Wait. No, Chrome, why don't you let me mute just that tab anymore? Alright, hang on. There's gonna be, you're gonna get double me for a second. Double me for a second. Maybe not. Alright, I fixed it. Here we go, chat. Nope, sorry about punching you in the ears. Boom. Perhaps a little about the live spell. Yes, I did include one, Pablo. Here, I'll go over that here in a second. Alright, that should take you to the Discord, where more people are flocking in. I'm still debating as to whether or not we need to shut down the Land of the Blind one, like the Vagabond playtest one. There's been a lot of cool conversation happening there. I just personally didn't want to have to community manage 2 different Discord servers with over 400 people in them, so I'm trying to consolidate that, but yeah. Alright, so we're gonna see. Okay, coffee. Fuck me. Oh, I don't know. I don't think I can smell it. Alright, hang on, I'm ordering a COVID test. Oh shit. Oh shit. I need to find this out tonight, because if I have to call in, I need to do that right now. Shit, where's my mute button? If it's anything like the shit that I heard a lot of people were getting, here, I heard that this has what's called razor blade throat, which sounds super fun. Alright, I'm ordering a COVID test. I'm just glad I'm getting it. If I'm getting it, I'm glad I'm getting it right now, rather than right before PAX. Oh my god. You have COVID tests? Oh, I'll get one, Travis. I appreciate your help, man. Yeah, you've been around me, so you hang on to that. If I test positive, you need to test. Flowflex? Just trying to sell me a pregnancy test? Does that work now? Can you just like piss on it and it tells you if you've got COVID too? Getting it on a Monday night is supreme, better than a Friday. Well, sure. Razor blade only lasted a day or two for both of them, but yeah, not fun. I got a bug earlier this summer that was like seriously the most insanely painful throat issue I've ever had. Wait, just don't swab your nose on stream. We turn into a meme all over your Discord. Oh, that's what we want though. That's community engagement. Yeah, I'm just gonna get the COVID test. Shit. That's not good. If I've got it, yeah, if I've got it, I need to tell my principal, because that means there's a lot of kids that came into contact with me singing today. And we need to be aware of that. Hang on. Alright, cool. I'm going to order that right now. I can feel this getting worse. Showing up at 9:26. Alright, we got 20 minutes to talk about other shit too. That's cool. I don't know. Razor blade throat just makes me think of Sweeney Todd. Yeah, that was literally the way that they explained the symptom that was going on with the latest variant. Was they were like, no, we're just calling it razor blade throat because it literally feels like you're swallowing razor blades. And yes, it does. On-stream COVID test. Is it really that disgusting to be like, hey guys, I'm gonna stick a fucking Q-tip up my nose. Hang with me for a second. I guess if it like, if I stuck it up there and it came out all droopy, that would be like, yeah, no, I never want that clip up ever on the internet. But I mean, come on. Oh, that'd be great. Maybe if that's a clip that gets me like big on YouTube, is me doing a COVID test and just having the gnarliest booger just. Oh man. Okay, this is strange because I love coffee. I'm having a real hard time tasting this one. It just tastes like hot water. It just tastes like hot water. That still smells like garlic. What the fuck? What's your opinion on the class archetypes in the Vagabond homebrew sphere? I fucking love the idea. That was incredible. Skirk and Barg just hit some real magic with it because what I originally had some hesitance on with making classes was like, I feel like this identity kind of overlaps over here and I feel weird giving something a duplicate feature to this other thing. Yeah. Is there garlic in that juice? There definitely should not be. Hey, there's the man himself. There is blueberries, bananas, apples, apple juice from concentrate, banana puree, blueberry puree, carrot juice, chicory root fiber, Oh, I've had chicory before. Chicory tastes like coffee, right? Natural flavor, blueberry juice, absorbic acid. There's no garlic in this. Why would there be fucking garlic in here? No, that is crazy. That literally smells like garlic. And usually it's sour. And I'm not getting the sour. Made you look. That's very strange. Okay. Uncrustable. I know how a peanut butter and jelly sandwich tastes. I can smell it. Fuck, chat. That doesn't have much of a flavor. Man, I don't know. We're gonna see. If it's positive, I'm calling my principal. Well, I said calling. It's 9/11. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want to call her. It's 9/11. Jesus. Literally 9:11 p.m. I forget that gets you censored on YouTube. Yeah, never forget. Whew. Yeah, but if it is COVID, that's bad news bears. We're gonna see. Hopefully, if it's COVID, I got it from something else today. Jesus Christ. Sorry, my mute button is not working right now. Now, let me get back over into this. We're good. Okay. If I have COVID, I caught it early. Seems like a cold or some seasonal shit to you. You're an optimist. Well, you know. So, Pablo, you were talking about the life spell and all that. Yes, I agree with you. That is one of the cases where it's going to require a piece of text to get put in to make sure. Yeah. Wait. Question that still confuses me. How does the mana cost of a spell work if it's an AoE but otherwise would have no mana cost? You're paying for the delivery. So, like, if it doesn't otherwise have a cost, like you're just causing the effect, you still have to pay for the delivery. You're making it affect more things. So yeah, even if it doesn't do like other damage or something, if it doesn't have any other mana cost, you're still paying to change the area, right? Yeah. Life. How does the hit point healing of life reoccur on subsequent rounds when you focus on it? I don't know if that's how you actually spell reoccur. Someone correct me on that. Someone do my spell checker. No, focusing on a spell causes those in the area to be subjected to the effects of the spell. The secondary effect is an additional cost of the spell. Damage and delivery are considered to be the initial costs of the casting. Any additional costs of any spell will need to be paid for to reoccur. What do I mean by this? So if we look at, I'm trying to make sure this makes sense, but basically, whenever a spell says something like you can pay additional mana to do something else, that's something that needs to happen whenever you're, like, if something is a target of a thing, right? Now, it's a target of the effects. That means it is potentially something I could heal because it is in this area if I spent this mana to do that, right? Does that make sense? It doesn't automatically get that recurring every turn. That would be really not how the game is intended to function. I would say that it would go against the spirit of the rules the way that they're written to interpret that as something that is reoccurring every turn. Now, what it means is, what is reoccurring every turn is that thing can be targetable again for this effect, and you're not paying extra mana to just do the delivery of that area again, right? There is a perk to doing this, and that's that you do sustain a pretty huge area where you are doing what is essentially a mass cure wounds, right? But it's, or aura of vitality, if you want to think about it like in D&D terms. You want to buy a community content zine for Vagabond. I think that that's a thing we might be able to work out. But this does get tricky, where if I start publishing like community content, it has to be with the like agreement with everybody involved that they're like, yes, we are down with that. That's the thing that we want to do. Because wait, any plan to add a counterspell? It's Dispel. Dispel. You do that by holding it for another turn, so it's costing you the action to predict it. The Vagabond equivalent of silvery barbs. You want the Vagabond equivalent of silvery barbs? Well, that's the great thing though, is that in this system, enemies don't roll checks. So, yeah, silvery barbs actually can't exist. Yeah. Dispel is supposed to work that way. It's supposed to be like a Dispel magic and counterspell. So if you decide, there's so many other spells that can work with like cool little interactions like that, if you're waiting, right? It's like, I'm gonna cast Ward, but I'm going to do it while I'm waiting to see who that thing is gonna go for. You're not a magic user, so I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, some of the most interesting combos that can be discovered in any TTRPG are, like in 5e, one of the most interesting things that you can do with expressing yourself in that game is the ready action. It is so good. The only thing that I wish that they would have done in 5e to help that out was, I hate the reaction thing. I hate that it actually costs you 1.5 of your action economy, but you are shifting this to where it is a conditional thing that occurs on someone else's turn. I get that, okay? I think just that mere shift, it's like, okay, Magic, now that I've actually been playing a little bit of Magic the Gathering, I can talk about this in another way. I think of like readying that, or if you want to say 5e's reaction, I really like the instant mechanic, or the flash mechanic of Magic. This is, I cast this as an instant, which means this can happen at any other point, right? This can happen as a response to somebody else doing a thing, you know? I think that that's a really cool idea. It's a cool mechanic. And it opens up a lot if you do a thing like, okay, Magic the Gathering players, how broken would a card be if it said you can cast any sorcery or enchantment as an instant? Like, I think that there's plenty of things that only really work when they're occurring on your turn. They have those? Okay, that's not a thing I've really looked into, but yeah. Actually, here. Okay, so I got a funny story to this. So, there's a work buddy who's been trying to get me to play Magic the Gathering, and I was like, all right, you know what? They just dropped the Final Fantasy set. I was like, hey, I'll give it a shot. And then I see that they got the Final Fantasy set, and I'm like, oh wait, that means they got Tifa, right? And yes, I do. And it turns out Tifa is actually like a really, to me, this was a really easy way to play. Landfall. So I was getting into like, okay, figuring out how do I make this work, and I realized like, oh, this is a zero brain, like, I get it, right? And then I started seeing online where people are like, dude, the Tifa landfall thing is super fucking degenerate, everybody's hating it. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna embrace the degeneracy here. I will get the commander, but I thought this was so fucking funny. I didn't know about a thing that you could do called, like, in Magic, they have these things called proxies and altars, which is hilarious. By the way, be really careful looking up Tifa altars and proxies. Yeah, but I was like, I'm just gonna embrace the degeneracy, and I was like, we're going full Gooner like Tifa on this box. Dude, this is so fucking... I was like, all right, I'm just gonna get this as the commander, and then that's just gonna be the goddamn joke, I guess, is like... no, wait, so there is actually... Hang on. Proxies and altars are our homebrew. Oh, no, it's sick! I love it, I love it. There is actually... I did actually get the card, okay? So, like, I do have it, but this is like the gag, right? If everyone's like, oh, this degenerate shit again, I'll be like, okay, well, I just flip it over, and there's the... giant titty Tifa, you know, yeah. Which I guess is just Tifa, but, you know. Let me introduce you to a little artifact called Vidalic Orrery? Orrery? That's like a sensor, right? Vidalcan Orrery? What's this thing do? Oh fuck. That seems crazy good. Like, wow. I mean, that's very good, right? Like, just the shift of turning for 4 mana, turning your non-land cards. Oh, you can do creatures with this? Wait, you can do creatures? You can cast creatures as instants? What? Wait, so... Oh, God. Oh, wait, we're actually getting pretty far away from the intent of the stream. Any spell? Yeah, so you could Whoa. What the fuck? Yeah, but like, that's wild. It's good, right? Is it good? Shit is cracked and you love it. Hang on, what is Vidalcan Orrery tier list, maybe? I don't know. It's a great card in the majority of all decks. Yeah. It's not universally an essential card for every commander deck, and therefore should not be given a simple tier rating. However, it is powerful in certain strategies, but often slow for competitive, EDH, or aggressive decks. Its placement and its tier list heavily depends on its specific deck and play group. And a reactive control-heavy meta, Vidalcan Orrery can be game-winning must-answer card. Okay. Oh, cool. My dasher is checked out already. Sweet. MTG nerd out. No. I'm not gonna be. It's fun. I've had fun with it, but yeah. Also, with CFE, you recommend Crucible of Worlds. There's like 3 cards I really need to get for this deck for it to be like what I feel is. I understand how it kind of churns. One of the ones I was kind of happy I actually did get one of the Fallout decks because I found out that like they had the Power Fist in there, and apparently that's like super good, you know, for her. You have cards for you. Oh yeah. Shit. What just fell out? No. Shit, that was the case Tifa was in. I just about put my card box in coffee. I need to quit that. Alright. Yeah. First off, how the fuck... Hang on. How the fuck do you guys shuffle this? What's the deal? What? Like... what? I'm good with, like, a poker set. Like, poker cards. Skewed Swarm. Yeah, that's another one I saw. Yeah. That's the neat part. You don't. Okay, so there's like a couple cards that I was like, look, I spent some money kind of getting into this, but I've only spent like $100, $200 maybe, which for me, like getting into a hobby, that's ballpark what it takes to get into anything. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to be one of those guys who like spends $800 on this commander deck. Not on a deck. Getting into the game, I'm like, okay, like $200, that's whatever. But there's like 3 cards that I'm looking at that I'm like, god damn, that's, yeah. It sounds counterintuitive, but if you double sleeve them, the deck does get much larger, but also easier to shuffle. I have to get the Traveling Chocobo. As much as I've been playing with that card in MTG Arena, yeah, I can see why people love that fucking thing. That card is insane. And I'm saying that as somebody who just got into Magic, so like maybe other people will be like, actually that thing already existed, and it's just this over here. So that's fine. We also got that over here too. To me right now, that fucking bird is magic, and I that's forever. I've got to get a hold of one. Hang on a second. Traveling Chocobo, but let me see if I've got the nuts in here. Wait, I can just pull it up on my computer. I did pull this from a pack, so I felt at least like, okay, I get, yeah, okay, so yeah, the Power Fist, that card is pretty busted as well. It's fucking crazy what it does. At least the thing is, whenever I'm playing it on the MTG Arena, it feels like 9 times out of 10 I will play that, and if they don't immediately have an answer to it, they just concede. It's not like it's incredibly intimidating as like power toughness, but the fucking effect it has on landfall is insane. Where is this little fuck? I learned to really like Bushwhack. Myriad Landscape, Soul Ring. Where are you? Oh, here you go. Guys, this fucking thing. Look, I don't think that this is going to work out well in Commander. It might. I mean, there's plenty of stuff that this can combo off of. But in Standard, I know that a lot of people right now, because I guess now I'm watching Magic the Gathering, a lot of people are talking about VV Ornithir or whatever. Which, yes, that deck is kind of wild in what it can do. That fucking Chocobo, I'm sorry, man. That card's the nuts. Wait, did they actually get my test? Okay, thank you. Dasher is checked out. Got it. Okay, can I see, like, who's coming to my fucking house? Watch it be someone that's actually watching right now. That would be so weird. Okay. We're good. Oh, it's someone on a bike? At 9:30? Weird. Yeah, let me pull up this Chocobo. You completely blame Hunter for this stream going off the rails? Yes. Yeah, but if I've got COVID, then I'm not going to work tomorrow, and we're going to stream for a while then. Here. This stupid little thing is so funny. I get why people probably want this thing pulled. I cannot drop it off while you're... yeah. Guys, this effect... Dude, this is the new Bolt the Bird. Like, straight up, if you get this out and you get it cooked up above like a 2-3, this thing is so fucking unreal. You can run away with a game like this because here's the deal. They have to deal with this. This is removal bait right here. They have to deal with this because if they, like, okay, if they don't, the game is over pretty quick. However, you're baiting out their removal because you want them to get rid of this, maybe get rid of Tifa, maybe get rid of, like, Bristling Bill. But, like, the thing that you play that they can't remove because you baited it all out with everything else, fucking Mossborn Hydra. No trample, still dies to removal. No, I know. And that's what you get. Innkeeper, what is it? Innkeeper's Talent. I am telling you, this deck in Standard is fucking crazy stupid. Yep, Mossborn Hydra. Here, you'll see the stupid that's about to happen here. I loved it. It's been hilarious. As someone that is not, I'm newer to Magic, okay? This is the kind of interaction that made me go, ho, whatever. I'm already like ranked like Diamond, or no, wait, what's beyond Diamond? Platinum? Whatever. I think it's like, whatever that is. I don't know. I'm there in like 4th, but yeah, I should not be there. Just personally, I think if that rank means anything, it's all because of this deck and how stupid it is. Mono green landfall is disgusting. You've died to it so many times. This is wild. So here's the deal. Landfall. Every time that I play a land, this thing gets a +1/+1 counter on it. This gets pretty absurd pretty quick if you have something like Bristling Bill, who whenever you play a land, put a 1/1 counter on something else. However, there's this card right here. This is the one that is like the secret sauce. I used to think that it was Ride the Shoe Puff. No, that card is. I actually kind of think that card is dog water. This one right here, Innkeeper's Talent. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, target put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature you control. Okay. Then, if you do this little upgrade right here, permanents you control with counters on them have Ward 1. So that means your opponent has to pay another mana on top of whatever else they're going to do for the removal. So now it's really expensive for them to try to get rid of that little chocobo, right? However, the reason why you're doing this is, I mean, eventually you'll get up here, because there is a perfect little curve that kicks out with this motherfucker right here. This is in Foundations, so it's going to be legal for 5 fucking years. This is, you're baiting out all the other removal to make sure this motherfucking thing gets on the board. Trample, so it deals all the damage it's going to deal to the target, and then any remainder over to the player, right? This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. So remember, if you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, this is the upgraded version of this. Put twice as many. Go over here. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double the number of +1/+1 counters on this creature. Oh, okay. So that whole combination right there turns into landfall going in for like, I mean, look, whenever the player has like 20 health, and this thing can come out with a pretty decent land curve, doing, I have gotten a Mossborn Hydra up to 6,000 damage. It's fucking stupid. But hey, it's just, landfall's absurd. But it's the kind of thing that I think is so fucking funny that it all starts out with this stupid little bird right here. Oh, it's so funny. Now, that being said, if you hate removal, like, if you're the kind of person that you don't have a lot of fun with removal, playing this deck will make you hate it even more, because then you're like, well, fuck me, who's even playing anymore? And then you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I'm playing this degenerate shit. But the other thing, the reason why Tifa's so good in that, and then we'll get back on this. Hang on. Yeah, everybody's like, the Tifa's the secret fucking nuke in this set, right? Okay. Holy shit. God, I'm really not tasting this. That has me worried. So, Vagabond, we're getting on it. Okay. Yeah, just let me do this. Trample. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa Lockhart's power until the end of turn. This will go fucking absurd. Yeah, because this stacks with a whole bunch of other shit and its own landfall triggers. This gets insane. Yeah. They aren't permanent counters, but god damn, and she's cheap too. This is Vagabond the Gathering, yeah. Yeah, she's a 2 mana. Like, oh, sorry, one. She's a green and 1. 1 green, green and 1 colorless. Whatever the fuck. Okay. Anyways, I don't know the terminology, but okay. God. I'm not sure. Man, I'm really trying to see if I smell this or taste it. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna go back up and see some of the questions. I need to look in the Discord server. Alex dropped off a bunch of them that, okay, yeah, that was close to whenever I said it. There are a few terms like player facing that are only lightly touched upon in the book that I think a lot of people may ask about in the FAQ, maybe go through some terminology from the book that is foundational to understanding the game. I do have the terminology section in the appendix at the back of the book. Because people might want to know the terminology before they pick up the book. They can get that in the basic Heroes Handbook, and I guess I would direct them over there. Okay. Briar Lover asked, I guess some good questions would be, 1, can the game ship internationally? Yes, we've already shipped it. However, I do want to make mention of something real quick. Yes, we can ship it internationally. However, I have now heard from 2 people who, they are both living in Canada, that it costs them an extra at least $40 to $90 in customs. Now, I just want to make it very clear. I'm not responsible for that. I did not set the customs rate on this stuff. As far as I know, everything with a harmonized code should be fine. You might look up and see if your order includes the dice. Some countries tax those way higher because they consider them to be goods used for gambling. Okay, so if you're living in Canada, you might, if you're living in Canada and you want to leave the dice out, please get a hold of me. Oh, hang on, my dasher just got here. What? Fuck out of here. What? Were they out of COVID tests? They got the thermometer that I picked up in order to bring the order over $13. Are you kidding me? Of everything that they wouldn't call me to be like, hey, they don't have COVID tests here. Please tell me ahead of time. That's from CVS. They did not have any COVID tests in stock? Uh-oh. Many in stock for the... Okay. Hang on, I'm not still up over here. Yeah, no COVID test. Alright, I'm just gonna see with the thermometer. Hang on. Just put this up my ass on stream. Making sure nobody else did. Alright. Oh, that is you. 97.7. I mean, My throat definitely doesn't feel great, but I don't think COVID always results in the fever, right? I love how people are like, wasn't this a Vagabond stream? I'm like, you must be new here. You want one of the dice sets so bad? You mean...
these things?
At least my temperature isn't out of the ordinary. Yeah. Hey, seriously, did they refund it? I am getting the fucking COVID test tonight. Continue. Why did they not fucking call me? Especially if you see someone that's ordering a COVID test. I don't know, any of you guys doing DoorDash deliveries? Hey, if you see that somebody is ordering a COVID test, fucking be like, hey, they're out of these stock on these. Oh well, no, what the fuck? No, be like, hey, I want to give you a heads up. They don't have these in stock. Do you want to get another one? Because like, it seems like you're trying to test for COVID. You know what? They ordered this pregnancy test, but they're out. They probably don't need it. Fuck off. Watch it be the same person. Yes, if it's Cody, we're having a discussion. All right. Oh. The Dasher is supposed to inform you about out-of-stock items. Yeah, it looks like they just straight up refunded it, and they didn't, like, grab me a different one. What the fuck? Oh, that's... I saw this, and I was like, wait, did I just blow blood out my nose? No, it's grape jelly. Alright, anyways. Yes, my blood's purple. Okay. DoorDashers aren't always the sharpest coming from a fast food worker. I can see a lot, but... you know what? They're doing what they can. They're making it work for themselves, right? Okay. Oh, I was in the Discord looking at questions. Okay, let's go back over to presentation mode. Can the game ship internationally? Yes, it can. We're worried a little bit about customs on some of the stuff, but I don't really know what to say about that. We're a small indie company. We don't have European distribution. I wish people would stop getting on my case about the fact that we don't have European distribution because I'm a one-man army here. How much does it cost based on the continent or country? That is tailored to your specific rate. We had to ballpark it to $62 for the game found because that's the way it worked. I don't set those shipping rates, but we have to estimate high because if we estimate too low, it starts to eat into any profit from the game. And despite how some people wish that I would just take that hit, I can't afford to. So either the game gets made and everybody pays a little bit more to ship, or the game doesn't get, the game gets made and it never gets to anybody. Can a copy be printed in other languages? That takes money, resources. I'm working on one in Portuguese, but I'm going to tell you right now, not many games are going to get more than one translation. Let me see here. Here are some questions. Okay, this is from Alex, the developer that worked on the Albert Rodeo stuff. Eventually you figured them out, just digging a bit further, but just posted them here. How does Hero's Turn work exactly? Alright, hang on. I'm gonna post these over. I know that we have a little bit of a language barrier on this. Hang on. Shocker, you aren't WotC. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Here we go. How does the Hero's Turn? I guess, okay, here's how I'm going to try to think about this. I'm gonna say, how does group initiative, or how does group turns work? How does group turns work? How do group turns work? How does group turn initiative work? Right? Does that feel like that's a cleaned up way of asking that? Could I have all heroes move before doing their action? Heroes. Okay. Yes. All members. Hang on. How words work, yes. All members of a group can take can move and take actions at any point during the turn. During the shared group turn. Yes. This is they can break up however they like. Does this feel does that work? Right? Let me hear from chat. Is that a thumbs up good, or does it feel like I could improve the way that this is, that I'm explaining this? How do, okay, makes sense to you? Okay. Does this feel like a fair phrasing of that question? What does the materials keyword mean? I.e., what are materials? Players can make their move and action in any way that makes sense to them in their turn. Yeah, like, yeah, it's... is it intentional that shield has no armor bonus? Yes. Here's one thing. I'm just kind of saying this. It's not that this, like, super bothers me, but it is something that I don't really know why people kind of phrase it this way. Is it intentional that shields don't have an armor bonus? Like, yeah, like we tested it. I don't, asking it like it was a mistake feels a little bit like, wait, no, like we worked on this. Yeah. And I don't, yeah, shields don't have an armor bonus. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's not really a frequently asked question there. I guess if the question was, why don't shields have an armor bonus? That gets it into, okay, well, we can have a discussion on, like, why that design occurred that way. In which case, I said that over here. So, I talked about this earlier, but I guess I'm just going to kind of say it here. Shields. Why doesn't shield grant a bonus to armor rating for heroes, but it does for NPCs? Oh, wait, what? Okay, hang on. That was not the answer to that. Okay. Shields negate, hinder to block ranged attacks. During testing, yeah. Shield, anything, here we go, anything that granted a 4, it's really about a 5 or higher. Any build that was able to gain 5 or more armor was absolutely pub stomping early level. Yeah. He spoke faster than I could type. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why don't shields have an armor bonus? I guess, yeah. But I also get people who ask this part as well. Hang on. The reason NPCs get it is because of system neutrality, keywording, and their mitigation, and the mitigation it grants them is more like here we go. Isn't as impactful as players, as heroes getting it. There is a significant difference between a hero getting like 4 armor versus an NPC getting it. Because the heroes likely have way more flexibility. The NPCs do not. Enemies typically run out there with like, yeah, it's an owlbear. It's got a claw and a bite attack. And guess what? Those are both attacks, you know? Wait, straight up player facing shield bonus can't apply to NPCs? Wait, what? Straight up player facing shield bonus can't apply to NPCs. Oh, yeah, that too, right? Yeah, that bonus doesn't mean anything to NPCs at all. My message from my DoorDasher. Hang on. Oh, where was this? I know that they have to be like, yeah. Hi, I'm John. I just got to the store. Excited to get started on your order. Feel free to message me with any questions or special requests I have while I shop. I just want to fucking COVID test. God. Dragon can get 4 armor with a +1? Yes. But we're talking about 5 or more. That's the big deal here. Because right now, if it's getting 4 or more, we're already talking about if they're getting hit with like a... I mean, if it's like a D6 damage die, that means that 66% of the time, they're just not taking damage from that damage die, right? That is, in a way, it is kind of doing the armor class factor over here into mitigation, right? It does somewhat kind of get that already factored in. Draken is very good at doing that in particular. Yeah, they are. That is a part of why the TL scaling, the threat level scaling, it doesn't really escalate. Or sorry, the attack damage output for enemies, I felt was less meaningful in the calculation than stuff like their defensive stats. Their defensive stats say a lot about their threat level. Their offensive stats really don't, because they're going to need to be able to throw out multiple damage dice in order to really fuck up the player characters. And a part of that is it's intentional with Vagabond, because I do want you to feel like the Doomslayer going through and just like fucking shit up. That's part of what the power fantasy is of this game. Anything else that can get you to 5 with this combo? I mean, if you got a +1 shield or something, sure, yeah. This is why +1 bonuses to armor are very, very, very rare. Very rare. It means a lot more. If you have a player character running out with 5 armor, this is the thing. There are people who are going to ask and just say like, hey, I'm just going to homebrew it to where like shields give you +1 armor. Here's what I'm going to say. Go for it. We tested it. We tried. I can't stop you from trying it if that's the thing you want to do. But I will tell you right now, if you come back later on and tell me that you feel like you can't challenge the players because armor is soaking everything up, I need you to wonder why. Like this was something that we saw in testing, right? This is one of those things that like, it never ceases to amaze me There'll be times in playtest I make it very clear to people, hey, please test this with how the game is currently written. We are testing it with this rule right here. Please, 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 please test it with these rules. And then they come back and tell me that something is busted that they tweaked. And I was like, what? It was fine. Why did you touch it? Like, we were testing it for this thing. You didn't give me any good data. Like, fucking, I guess you did. And that's how they can't really, like, use you to playtest anymore. But, like, fuck. You know, yeah. So, like, we need to know what's, like, how the rules function as they are written, not how they are not written. And, yeah. So, if you try to tweak it, and you go, well, shields are going to grant a +1 bonus, you know, to armor rating at my tables, I promise you we've tried it, okay? This is fine. The way that shields work in the game works really well. They do give you a really nice defensive boost, and they can do other shit in the game. The trade-off is, it's not a flat bonus to your armor. You know, this is a defensive boost right here. And mathematically, it's actually a little bit better than the +2 to armor class in D&D. Anybody in chat want to answer that? Why? Why is this actually stronger than the +2 armor class in D&D? At least pertaining to ranged attacks. Does heavy arms apply to great shields with Vanguard? Yes, and. Anybody know? Because this is ignoring a negative, on average, 3.5 to the block right here. So we're ignoring 3.5 from what is effectively your armor class as a penalty for the ranged attacks. And then whenever it comes to melee stuff, shit, you can shove around, you can do damage, all that other stuff, right? You have other options. Plus, this is also the kind of thing where, like, if you look at, okay, look at what's going on with D&D right now. Are you guys familiar with this whole, like, exploit that's going on in 5e with the, oh, thank you. The whole exploit that's going on with weapon swapping and shield. It sounds really shit. Hang on. Okay. Where was I at? We're talking about shields, all that other stuff. This does form. This is a form of a +2, quote unquote, to armor in a way. To the hypothetical of, screw it, you just order the dice. If you live in Canada, let me know. Exploit and shield swapping. Oh, thank you. So this is something that someone in chat, Kibbles Tasty, who is one of my brothers in 5e homebrew, he pointed out in a post. I don't know who the original person was that kind of came up with this, but yes. So one of the big changes that they did in the 2024 rule sets was you can swap weapons. I think it says you can swap equipment as a part of making an attack. Okay. Now, I don't know that that's the specific wording, but this is a very condensed version of it. Okay. Now this is asking someone to bend over the system in half and just straight up go fucking no lube. All right. You can swap. Now it's not, but wait. So it's not equipment like armor. This is equipment like what you have in your hands, right? So I'll just say this: on-hand equipment, right? So what this means is you can attack with a, let's say, a greatsword, something that requires two hands, right? You attack, greatsword, swap, sword and shield. Swap longsword and shield. Okay. So this is, yeah, Zelda loadout swapping. Yeah. This is bad design. This is what I will say is horrific design. Because what this means is you are no longer punished for incentivizing high damage output by not being able to equip this right here. There is essentially zero reason other than your own flavor to take this. You can always do better with the greatsword or a two-handed weapon because you are able to swap over and end your turn with a shield. So you can drop your AC while you attack and then put it back up when they attack. Yep. No, you can do it immediately after you make the attack. Why would you keep this equipped anymore? You know, like if the thing is everything that's defensively happening is off, whatever, it is more optimal for you, yeah, to equip a shield after that. This is one of the things where, like, the more and more I started looking into the 2024 rule set, it was stuff like this that I was like, I hate how people are munchkinning this out. I'm just like, this is, why do this? Why this rule exists? Because they rushed out the 2024 update. Everything going on right now that we see, the complete and utter fucking collapse, has to do with Chris Cox. Has to do with Chris Cox, Chris Cow. Those two pushed this thing out the fucking door, and it is a goddamn mess. The whole thing that happened with Conjure Minor Elementals, like, I mean, that spell, everybody looked at it on day one, and we were like, yeah, of course this is banned at every table unless you just do the 1v6 scaling or what the fuck ever it was. Like, I don't really care that it's and it kind of brought out a lot of the brain soup in the discussions of what was going on with, like, the D&D scene at the point. Because it was like, if you say, yeah, I think this is a problem, some people are like, oh, you can just change it at your tables. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Like, we can critique the design of a thing and then not just be a, oh, you're not a good enough DM to see this. And it's called, dude, quality assurance, motherfucker. Like, and they, yeah. Anyways, Chris Cox definitely lives up to his name. Well, there you go. Yeah. So, like, there were little things like that we would see where it was like, why does this exist? Why does this interaction exist? Silly question. Want to at least playtest the system? I mean, sure, but the thing is, they don't really have people on board up there who are used to picking it apart like this. They don't. They have people who, like, you know, they're used to writing adventures. There's, like, not a whole lot of real class design experience in the team right now. You know? I mean, like, oh, I don't know, crucify me here for saying this, but, like, one of the worst things to happen to Wizards of the Coast's design team for D&D was moving Mike Merles somewhere else. The game got worse after Mike Merles was no longer involved. And if someone's gonna get mad at me on Twitter or what the fuck ever for saying that, get a reality check and actually look at any of the fucking statements around what happened with the Mike Merles accusations. I will fucking guarantee you can't find a fucking shred of evidence that actually supports any of the claims about why they're saying he should have been fired. I will now, having actually talked to Mike Merles and everything now, yes, I'm going to stand by that dude. Absolutely wild to see the weird fucking cancellation campaign that happened to him. And, like, Wizards of the Coast not having his back. So fucking wild. And people just ate that shit up, and they don't have a shred of evidence into any of that. One of the... Anyway, what are materials? Yeah, we'll talk about it. So, this is the kind of thing right here. Like, I just don't really see a lot of character option specific focus going on with what they're trying to create anymore. And instead it's a lot of like, we're going to give you all these superpowers and that's totally okay. And like, it doesn't matter that we give everybody teleportation anymore or what the fuck ever. It's just, I don't think that they're really making compelling and interesting character designs in a lot of these cases, despite the fact that I do think that the system has improved in some ways. But then you have glaring problems like this right here, that as soon as somebody realizes that this exists, it kind of becomes the only thing that they do, because they're like punished for doing something else. And at least that's how it's going to feel. Yeah. Anyways. So, how much reward should I give per... Oh, what are materials? Okay. So, materials are just something you can buy of anything that can be used to make anything else that just represents stuff you can craft with, okay? This is just stuff you can craft with that has a value. Yeah. Now, the reason why we say that, the reason we don't get really specific into saying like, well, for you to make this potion, you need unicorn hair and yada. It doesn't have good playfeel at a table. I've tried supplements that try to get into the nitty gritty with that. It's too complicated. This is a quick and easy way for you to be like, what are materials? Okay, these can be metal scraps, foraged berries, raw wood, I don't know, whatever. Whatever. The point is to have a representation of a resource used to create other items. That's it. It's an abstraction. This is an abstraction of there we go. I can see instances where the rule works. Rogues with daggers, when they throw them, warriors adding a shield to a sword during round 1, etc. But this wasn't thought out. Oh wait, like a component pouch? What? You think about materials like Lego bricks in any Lego game? I haven't played one yet. Wait, what? A resource that can be removed if captured, or impossible to properly use if prone or restrained? What? Wait, what? Yeah. Do I have a... Oh, here. Ugh, there we go. What is ritualism? I think this might be what is a ritual? Here, we'll do this. Is there no critical fail? No. What is ritualism? Am I still talking about the weapon swapping thing? Wait, what? Wait, what? Is there no way for enemies to crit in Vagabond? Is a 1 on defending just normal fail? Yep. That's it. It's just a fail. I have tried a bunch of different things where it was like, okay, will you take this? No, it's just a fail. I tried a bunch of different things like failing forward, where like if you roll a 1, you gain a luck because failing forward, right? Oh my god, it just does not. It turned into more people trying to figure out how they can cause bad rolls to regenerate a resource that gives them better rolls. And it just wasn't interesting. If the heroes are captured, the resources can be removed from them, thus preventing that spell from being used. Wait, what? Hang on. I'm gonna go do that test here in a second. I don't really think about it in terms of like if the heroes are captured that people can strip them of their resources or what the hell ever. You really you can't pull that off more than once per campaign. Like yeah, capture them, take them into the cell. Yeah, you do that once and it's like, all right, well they know this is how they're gonna get through this thing or whatever. They've got plenty of powers or whatever they could potentially be doing in order to get out of this prison break or yeah. That's an annoying obstacle rather than something that I think is usually really compelling. As I'm kind of dealing with right now with the D&D after school club I'm currently running, a bunch of 4th graders and 5th graders are tearing apart Keep on the Borderlands. Just straight up, they've just decided they're going to overthrow the fucking castle, and like a series of horrible rolls by the town guard has led to literally a group of 4 of these level 1 characters fucking nuking their army there. And I'm like, well, the dice are telling a story. The module does not cover this, but you know what? Here we go. We're gonna try this out. So I don't know. We'll get there on Wednesday and see, but a bunch of level 1 characters might have just nuked the Keep on the Borderlands, which yeah. A bunch of little revolutionaries, apparently. But they're gonna have to defend it, I guess, from the Caves of Chaos. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. But yeah, they have effectively, due to a series of very good rolls and very bad rolls from the guards, yeah, this group of little 4th grade and 5th grade girls has absolutely decimated the forces according to the rulebook or the adventure, right? And now I'm like, well, I don't really know what to do with this at this point, because like I guess you overthrow it, but like I don't know, what do you want to do now? Like, yeah, this is why the kingdom is on fire. I'm like, yeah, like, okay, well, you depose their military, and there's a bunch of orcs and kobolds and shit that are probably going to come after them. I don't know. Okay, so let me ask you guys this right here. What does, you all tell me, does this make sense? Does this explanation of materials make sense? Oh, I should probably do this. You team up with the orcs and kobolds to establish power. I don't know what's gonna happen. I have no idea. You'd throw a line equating it with gold? I mean, it has a value, so that's gold. This is just stuff you can craft with that has a value. These can be metal scraps, forged berries, raw wood, whatever. The point is to have a representation of a resource used to create other items. This is an abstraction of components used to make things rather than specific something like that. yeah, but people generally don't read. So then what's the point of me throwing in a line in here that they're not going to read? Yeah, call me an asshole, but if they don't read, they shouldn't be playing. That's the thing, is like there's so many times that like I posted up a whole bunch of my shit for free. I've tried to do my explanations and everything, keep my community really open and everything. But there's still people who just get asked, or like they'll just be like, "Oh, I didn't even read the book, but explain this to me." And I'm like, "I wrote it in the book. What?" I don't. Yeah. Yeah, they should be vials of various liquids. Druidic materials would be sticks, berries, monsters. Yeah, sure. But like, again, like you determine that, and if someone goes like, "It's really weird that they made a cogwheel creature out of some berries," I'm like, dude, you just keep the fucking game going. Like, oh, my immersion. Yeah, there's a difference between needing accessibility and being willfully obtuse. God damn, I'm gonna remember that. That is such a good line. Ooh. Yeah, there's a point where I'm like, I cannot help how much you are avoiding informing yourself. I can't, yeah. What's up with the medals listed on page 76? Are those just special medals for... I'm sorry, I've got to give you a little bit of hell for this. So... Hang on a second. If we go over there... Oh. There we go. So, metals. Most weapons and armor are made of iron, steel, or bronze, but can be made of other metals. Purchasing these versions multiplies the base cost of it by its multiplier. And then it tells you the effect that it has if you buy a weapon or armor that uses that weapon, or that uses that metal. I don't know, it's on the page, but I don't, yeah. If I got that at the table, I would simply respond with, "Don't piss me off." No, it's just, there's a, like, I get explaining some things that can be difficult. Focus. Absolutely. Then there do get to be times where I'm kind of like, I don't think this person is reading the book. The accursed being undead or werewolves and the like. Yeah, something like that, you know. Also, zombies. If you look over here, let me see here. It's narrative metal with a multiplied cost. Yep, multiplied cost of the item. Let's go over here. You'll probably see, much like The Witcher, I decided that a lot of the undead, a lot of creatures in here actually, boom, they're going to be weak to physical from silvered weapons, right? If you look at some of the undead, it's really good to have silvered weapons in Vagabond. Oh yeah. But what this also means is some of their big badass weapons that they spend a lot of money on customizing or what the hell ever doesn't really do a lot of shit over here, right? Yeah. Wait. Nebulous term that means resistant to some form of normal damage, but affected by silver. What? Wait, what? What do the perks that make spells give off moonlight or sunlight do? If it has that, okay, here you go. Boom. Most enemies have a silver bullet in their stat block. The Nightwalker ability of a lot of the undead says they can't move or target over lines of salt or in areas illuminated by sunlight. It is incapacitated and burning while in sunlight. Right? So, some of it's straight up like that, you know. There are other things that will probably get added to into the game as well that will have other effects like that, but yeah, it's generally they have little interactions like that. Sunlight, it turns out, making that in Vagabond is really good. I spent the time to try and put in weaknesses that weren't so over fucking whelming in the system. to where I really wanted to reward people for trying to find these little exploits and everything. This is why, like, if you look at one of my favorite ones I thought about, where was it? Because this immediately made people do exactly the thing that I thought it would make them do. Spoilers for one of the adventures I wrote, Wet Dreams, okay? Heads up, and a 3, a 2, a 1. Alright. This silver bullet has made some of the fucking funniest shit I have ever seen. If you look at the mermaid, this mermaid is not a big scary stat block. Fuck that mermaid. This is not a big scary stat block. However, people that did not discover the weakness of it are furious with this thing, because this has a really cool silver bullet that I thought of, and I was like, oh. Wait, is there a monster in Vagabond that you believe is underrated or not talked about enough? Let's talk about this thing right here. There's 2 of them I put in here that where was it? This is the funniest thing. The mermaid has this feature called Immortal of the Sea. It can't be reduced below 1 hit point even while it's even partially submerged in a body of water. As long as the DM didn't give up the trick that this is what it's doing, and if you do not deal with it right here, it is on a timer of it's about to summon a fucking horrific Leviathan. Like, this thing is the ultimate, like, you know, simp magnet, you know? And this thing is about to bring a dragon on our asses if we don't immediately deal with it. Yeah, it needs to be on land. Yeah. So what this has turned into is players are not thinking about, I just need to fucking kill it. They go, we have to drag it out of the fucking sea right now. Like, that's cool to me. I love that. I love that they go, oh shit, we got to get it out of the water. Like, now we got to figure something out for that. Because damage doesn't just solve that problem, you know? That's not a thing that you can just solve with, we have to keep fucking it up. One of my favorite stories I heard was, like, in early playtest of Wet Dreams, the players just wrapped her in a fishing net and dragged her on the shore and were just shanking her. That is so fucked up, but it was just such a funny, like, picture in my head of them just like, yeah, they were like, once we found out you can't kill her while she's in the water, we threw a net around her ass and dragged her on the shore and stabbed her. That scene in my brain is just like, oh my god, I don't know why that just triggers some old, like, Newgrounds era ass animation in my brain. I'm just like, yeah. Like the forest demon getting killed and eaten. Yes! No, I was just literally said, yeah. Like, the forest demon getting killed and eaten in the episode of Smiling Friends. I swear, it triggers some old, like, Newgrounds humor version of my brain where I'm just like, oh, it's this majestic, mermaid who has conjured a storm and is bringing a dragon about, and someone just goes, throw a net over her ass! Stab her! I love that this one feature. I love putting this in so many of the stat blocks in Vagabond. Not specifically this, but having the silver bullet. That's going to make the fight a puzzle. And this just naturally is a moment of like, shit, we can't kill her by doing damage. What can we do? Oh, drag her ass out of the sea. Got it. Like, you know, and then yeah. If they don't deal with it, then they get the fucking Veshkion dough on their asses. That is... Oh, wait, where did I put that? Yes. I found out about this thing. If you've seen the cover of Wet Dreams, and you were like, what the fuck is this giant seahorse goddamn thing? It's this right here. The Veshkion dough is... I think it's a it's not like a Scandinavian thing. I think it's like an Icelandic sea serpent. It is like it looks like a horse. It's got like a horse's head, but it has like a unhinged, crazy ass jaw. Let me see if I can find some pictures of it. Yeah, and the reason why I wanted to commission Maxwell for it is because like I hadn't found good artwork of them, and I was like, I knew that we had to make this a thing. There's this one that originally I saw, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, we've got to make that a thing. Just Google horse with dog mouth. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm trying to see. Okay, some people have. That is a pretty cool piece of art for it, but it's not really what I imagined. Hang on. Yeah, like, that's a pretty cool piece. This is the one that originally inspired it, where I was like, oh, fuck yes, I have to make this. Like, we have to make it and make it look dope as shit with Maxwell's, you know, art style. I've seen, you know, people try to make it more like a moray eel, but, like, this with, like, the mouth going down into its like a gulper eel. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, give me that. But yeah, imagine horse with a dog's mouth. Yeah, horse with dog mouth. Oh. This is like one of my favorite things. It's just so fucking creepy. I don't know why. Like and then I love that someone put horses with dog mouths are the funniest fucking thing. They're horrifying, but like holy shit, come on. There's something about this that is so fucking funny. I love it. Oh, you know that you don't want that to exist? Like, you know, yeah, yeah. This is fucked, but oh my god, what a great fantasy monster. It's like, yes, there is just something wrong. And it's one little change. One little change. Right? I was trying to see if there weren't like any other ones. Best friends. New animal just dropped. Oh man. Wait, did somebody do... Yeah, that is just straight up a dog's mouth in that order. Oh man. But yeah, whenever I was like, Maxwell, we have to get some artwork for this thing. And then Maxwell got me, let me find it. I mean, a lot of you guys have already seen the cover of Wet Dreams. Hang on. I do think the Beshkyondo is not something I hear enough people really talk about. Everyone talks about the mermaid. Everyone's always fascinated with the mermaid NPC as like a BBEG in this one. But yeah, to me, I mean, come the fuck on. Maxwell just killed it with this piece. Like, dude, this is what I was saying. Like, I needed this to be a fucking horror that made people stop and just be like, excuse me, what the fuck is in this dragon game? Yeah. A horse with canine teeth will always be fucked looking. Yeah. And then imagine it like that, but they go along the backside up into its neck. Like, oh, come on. Oh. That just rocks. I just love it. And I was also trying to make art that I just don't really see them doing in like a lot of modern RPGs. Hang on, I got like probably another one. I think beside with someone on Odysseus, yeah. The potheads are funny, but they're not really. Here you go. Here, I'm pulling out the ones that I have never seen in the game before. Okay, these are the ones that I was like, I need to bring in some weird cryptozoology from a bunch of different places all over the world and stat this shit up. The Scalejask Grimsley. Why has nobody talked about this? Skelja Scrimsley, yeah. Guys, it's an armored bear that swims, like, really fast. Like, the mere fact of whenever they open their mouth, they can capsize a ship. Yeah, how do you produce it? Very careful, yeah. I'm sure it's a slur in something, you know. Wouldn't the armor slow them down? They're just that fucking bulky, I guess. Yeah, here, I'll pull up the artwork for some of them. So, a Skelja Grimsley. Yeah, they're like I mean, imagine a bullet, like, from D&D. Imagine a bullet, but it's like a pangolin. Like a pangolin in the water. Yeah, they're bear-sized. And, I mean, look at this fucking depiction. I love this guy's character design. Yeah, this thing is the size of a car. Golden Compass polar bears? Oh, I guess I'm not really familiar with it. Wait, honestly, if you kept things at low level, you could really make a Secret Saturday's ass Vagabond campaign? Huh? Yeah, armor like a pangolin or an armadillo, yeah. The fact that we don't have a Pokemon based off of that is a crime. I know, right? Yeah, they're... Oh. Come on now. Like, a lot of people have done, like, little artistic depictions and whatnot. God, I would love to actually get this done upright. Ugh, I don't know what you are. I gotta be a little bit careful on this. Oh, yes, I love this stupid thing. I don't remember what the art was for this guy, but this is also another one. Yeah, it's like an African monster. Hang on, let me open up the page real quick. Because, what was the name of it? I thought that I tried to stat this one up at one point. Pinterest, come on. Pinterest just absolutely ruined any kind of image searching. Ooh. Just had like a Thalassophobia jump scare. The Bulgu. B-U-L-G-U. SCPS is... oh, Ethiopian. Yeah, but people have taken that concept of that monster and done sick as fuck shit with it. So the Bulgu has like the face of an axe, and like, dude, it's been... There's so much cool shit out there in just cryptozoology or whatever. Like, yeah, this shit, it looks like the gray render. Like, I love whenever people take, like, yes, this sick shit, cool. Represent it somehow. Give it, like, an art depiction that we have never seen before. I love that so much. I guess this is just, like, from a game of some kind. Ethiopian Mythos clandestine miniatures. Oh, they did a... Huh, it doesn't look a whole lot like the... Okay, so this is just straight up made for 5e. Yeah, see, I love that depiction. Scariest cryptid, the tugboat? I feel like that's gonna be something sexual. What's a tugboat? Cryptid tugboat? Okay, this is actually coming up. The tugboat? Wait, is it the SCP? No, there was a tugboat on that page. Oh, gotcha. Well, I was not aware of this, but there is apparently an SCP article, SCP-6426, the Sapient Tugboat? Did someone just go, yes, it's a boat, but it breathes and talks. Bulgu Tug they were referencing. Ah, okay. There's a few more that I'm like, God, come on, these are really, really good for like fitting perfectly into a dungeon crawler. And then we'll get back on some of this stuff. The sea lion is not just a sea lion, but this has appeared in a bunch of other dungeon crawlers before. God, why has no one talked about this? I want someone to make an adventure with this so bad. I might just have to do it. Because of this stupid ass thing right here. Snallygaster. The reason why a lot of people probably haven't heard about this one is like, guys, this is an American cryptid. Like, this is some of my shit right here, okay? Whenever I work on the Vaesen supplement that I really want to make about Mythic North America, by the way, I want to make a Mythic Appalachia and Mythic Frontier book for Vaesen, because I fucking love that game. Yes, with a taste for booze. It is a dragon that likes to drink beer. And I didn't just make it up from out of anywhere. This shit has been around since goddamn colonial times for us. Let me show you how stupid this thing looks, and it's awesome. They put it in Fallout, I forgot about that. Again, American cryptids. Appalachia's a scary ass place. Yeah. Oh, here you go. This is like the most famous image of a Snallygaster. It's this beaked dragon thing that likes to drink kegs of beer. Yeah. It has like a chicken's head, and it has tentacles just kind of pouring out of its mouth. It's a very fucking weird cryptid. And God damn it, I love it. This feels like some of that, like, you know, biblically accurate angel shit. That's what you see after drinking too much wine. Yep. Ooh, I love that depiction of it. Yeah, it's like a griffin. Like, wait, you wonder if that was the inspiration for Trimmer's monsters? I think that might have just been worms. But I don't know. I love the artwork for them. They're so fucking cool. And they're known to like exsanguinate you and all this other shit. Yeah, god damn it. I love the Snallygaster. Plus it's just, what a name. What a fucking cool name for a monster. The Snallygaster. It's like a griffin's redneck cousin. Yes, this is an inbred as fuck griffin. That's exactly what it is. I think they're goofy as shit. I wanted to put in some kind of a funny, you know, haha. Hang on. And they got Booze Hound. It takes half damage from poison-based damage and can sense alcohol within 1 mile as if by all sight. It doesn't flee if it's sensing alcohol except by its divine averse ability. It makes morale checks if it can see a divine trinket. So they all get stuff like this too. So it's really a UK monster. Hey, back up. We threw your fucking tea into the harbor once, we'll do it again. Alright? You should get the Old Gods of Appalachia. I've already checked it out. I think it's very cool, but I've had this talk with Ken before. I'm not the biggest fan of Cypher System. I've given it a shot. It's just not really my thing. The Ragadisas appeared in other games. There's another one I'm kind of looking for. Yes! I had never seen this appear. Kelsey put a monster that... Kelsey put a monster in Shadowdark. And I was like, I kind of need something that's going to make people go like, wait, what the fuck is that? This is a vicious, opportunistic hunter covered in mink-like fur. It resembles a rug, bedroll, or blanket, but its underside contains hundreds of tiny sucker-like mouths. Imagine, yeah, it's kind of like a rug mimic, except on the bottom side of it, it's like you know, octopus tentacles that'll get on you and clamp, right? It'll like get on you, clamp, but they're like lamprey mouths that'll just like and take little bites out of you, right? I thought this was hilarious. And just imagine like someone's like walking through a forest or whatever, and this thing just drops on them. I thought these things were, and they move. They move! Ugh! They fucking move! No! I love it. I love these guys. Again, Appalachian horror. Yeah, a mimic cross with a lamprey. Yeah, but it always looks like a rug. There's other ones, because, like, I didn't want to just make a bestiary that was like, here's the best hits of every dungeon crawler. I did add a Lindworm in here. I hadn't seen one in another game. The Hodag I added in here, and then I even used, like, Hodag RPG to, like, I commissioned him for that piece right there. Hydra, come on. I knew there was another funny one in here. The Jarjacha is really stupid. A towering nocturnal creature with glowing green eyes, the body of an alpaca, and almost owl-like face without a beak. I'll show you the artwork that inspired me to make that one. The Jarjacha. Okay, like, I fucking despise AI, but sometimes there is something it comes out with that is just the funniest goddamn thing. Can we get a close-up on this? Open. Oh, why is it? Uh-oh. It's stuttering. Are we good on stream? Got a jackalope? I think there is a jackalope. Hang on. I need an adventure or to write a campaign that is not about funky ass cryptid hunt. Oh yeah. I'd be so down for that. So there's a couple different images of them. Oh, stop going automatically. What the fuck? Okay. Hang on. God damn it, I saw this and I was like, this is one of the funniest things I've ever seen, and I'm putting it in my game. It's like an alpaca body with the head of an owl. And the thing that they're known for, though, is kind of like the Catoblepus. Apparently, if you look into their eyes, it's like instant death. Jackalopes love whiskey and they can be attracted with it. Hell yeah. An alpaca, shut the fuck up. Yeah, but here's the other funny thing, alright? Here's the way that other people have depicted them. Where they have human-ass faces. Imagine this thing's just like coming up and asking you like, happy berries? Like, oh, fuck off. Like, oh, no. Like a basilisk. So let me see, because I'm trying to remember how oh yeah, I did love this image too. Human faces belong on humans. I think the most upsetting of, like, if I saw a human face on that animal, I would probably be more upset than other ones. Oh, by the way, this is the Jarjacha I fucking love. Look at this Dr. Seuss ass goddamn thing. Look at that. That's awesome. Take me to the planet that has these things, but they're cool as shit. Like, oh. What a weird... but again, with the, like, bendy neck where it's like, oh, you see this? Like, oh my god, they're so cool. It kind of reminds me of the space owl from Meow Wolf. Yeah. I don't know why they got rid of this installation. This could have been their mascot, and they would have been so goddamn set for life. People fucking loved this thing, and Meow Wolf took it down. It's such a cool piece. It's a simple design. It's just called the Space Owl. And, like, for whatever reason, they just decided to take it down. And, like, this was one of the most popular exhibits, like, they ever had. And it's just this goofy bastard. It's just this goofy guy. And it literally didn't cost them anything to keep, hosted. Yeah, I love how it started. Like, oh, man. Yeah, let me see if there's other pictures of that. God, I would have loved it. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. This thing, people were fucking dedicated. Like, this thing, whenever I say it had fans, no, motherfuckers got this thing tattooed on them. Yeah, people were posting memorials like, goodbye, Space Owl. Why? like, Meow Wolf has so much cool shit in it. Yes, absolutely, it does. But like, oh, this could have been, and this is their Pikachu. Yeah, see, it had little plushies that they fucking, oh. He's suing for $1 million for taking it down? Wait, really? Hey! Oh. Oh, she never received any compensation for installing it. Oh, that's why she's suing. But there's also news saying that she started deleting evidence before by deleting some emails or something. I don't know. She only received $2,000 for that. Yeah, that would be super fucked. Especially because I know they had to be making great bank off of those plushies. Dude, this was such an iconic little design. Yeah, I love the Space Owl. That's such a cool... I'm such a sucker for great monster design like that. And it's so... It's cute, but you're also like, why does it seem like I've seen that before and I've never seen it? Yeah, I love that. So yeah, the Jarjacha. I wish more people would write for flail snails. I wish more adventures included flail snails. They're so cool. God, and they are not a slouch either, man. They will fuck up your day. What's my favorite Pokemon? Boy. I used to speak those fucking old letters, but I don't know. I really loved... I thought Ferroseed was... Ferrothorn was really dope. I would have to, like, go through... Oh, now I gotta be really careful pulling up Pokemon on stream. I always thought Ferrothorn was sick. This guy. Looks like a UFO hanging from the trees. Like, oh, I don't know why I thought that was always so dope. But, like, he was never really fucking super great. Because, 4 times weakness to fire is bad news bears. Snorlax is the only acceptable answer. Snorlax is really high up there. Yeah, Snorlax is definitely one of my favorites. God, I'm trying to remember. The Warlock Cyndaquil was hilarious. Or Typhlosion. What was it? The Arceus Cyndaquil? Yes. Dude, whoever just decided to make Typhlosion this goddamn stoner wizard. Oh my god, that was so funny. Yeah, making him this, like, warlock feeling ghost fire type. Oh, I was like, oh, okay. I'm down with this. Yes, please. Yeah, ask him to pass it over. Yeah, I love that everyone just, like, puts a joint in his hand. People said that he looks like XQC. Yeah, I loved his design there. But I feel like there's one I'm forgetting. Oh. Come on, guys. I love... Lantern is just adorable. Lantern is awesome. Also, oh, come on. He hasn't even seen me wear the hoodie before. Dude, how did Pokemon drop so many monster designs that were just so goddamn peak? Togekiss is such a good design. Wait, did they make a Mega? Or is this like a fan thing? This looks like a fan thing. Wait, did they make a Mega Togekiss? Wait. No? and there's a lot of concepts for it. I just thought like Togekiss is just such a unique idea, a unique looking monster design. Togekiss is so underrated. I wish I got a Mega. Yeah, dude, Togekiss is a fucking hard carry. There's so much damage versatility with Togekiss, like in the game. Oh god, I love that. I love that guy. Fan designs are way better lately. Yeah. Some of these Mega Evolution concepts are really cute. Oh, just literally making him like an angel. That's, yes. See, I kind of figured that like the Togepi line as like fairy type did give kind of like angelic vibe. And then yes, that 100% makes sense. If they were to just straight up do a Mega and they were like, no, Togekiss is actually just turning into an angel, I'm like, yeah, that scans. And like the whole line just feels like, oh, they're just innocent, fun little golden retrievers. Oh, like, I fucking love them. Can I explain what's going on with Foundry, please? I did at the beginning of the stream. And I could re-explain it, but if you wanted to go listen to that, it's like the first 4 minutes of stream, and then come back here and ask questions. I'll be happy to, yeah. Like the Johto region's ancient field is so neat. Yeah. Okay, now. Hang on. Alright, so this is asking. It says, what is ritualism? And I think what this means is, what are rituals? Rituals are a type of performance. And grant some kind of benefit or other effect. Okay. Rituals are a type of performance that takes a scene to complete and grants some kind of benefit or other effect. Is that the simplest way to explain that? What do we think? My favorite Pokemon is Corrupt Mew from the Game Boy. Sorry, you'll never meet unlimited rare candy and Master Ball. Yes. Oh yeah, Tyranitar and Aggron or whatever. Yeah, those fucking Rock Godzilla types were also super dope. Is this a spell? No, it doesn't say it's a spell. So, either from a bard or dancer? Wait. Okay, I'm just gonna say RA. Sure, we'll say a magical task. Rituals are, here, how about this? Mystical task that takes a scene to complete and grants some kind of benefit or other effect. Yeah, ritualism is just the ability to speedrun that shit. Yeah, that's what makes Witch so good. Like, rituals as an action? Fuck around. Yeah, the word performance makes it sound like a performance check. Unless it says a check. So this is another thing, right? There's... Oh god, what was this? There was a really funny... there was a really funny shirt about autism. And, god, I gotta be really careful about this, huh? How do I follow that up? I could just leave that hanging and just not explain it, but, yeah. Don't... What? Where is this shirt? There was it was like a shirt that was being advertised as like, yes, this is like, autistic people should wear this because, whatever. So it said like, stop getting mad at me for what I didn't say. And I fucking love that shirt. Because I'm like, dude, oh my god, for real. There are so many times I encounter people and I'm like, What the fuck are you pissed at me for? What did I do? Well, yada, and I'm like, wait, I didn't say any of that. What are you talking about? Well, you implied it. Shut the fuck up. All right. So, yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, why are you mad? You're choosing to be mad. I didn't say anything. What do you mean? Can I spend luck for others or only myself? Nothing says that you should be able to spend luck for other people. I don't believe. On other heroes' roles. I think there was a perk that we had at one point. I think there was a perk that we had at one point that allowed you to do this, but nobody did it. Nobody liked it. How does one cast magic without mana? That is on page. How does one cast without mana? Spells with the damage base can be cast to deal. Hang on, I'm trying to see here. Boom. Page 90. I'm just gonna put page 90. Here. Question. How do we get there? Here we go. Boom, boom. 90. How does a random encounter work exactly? The adventure you are running will describe when and what the when and how to determine if a random encounter occurs. How much reward should I give? Okay, so this is another thing. Look, so he makes that ancestor class hint. What about sharing your luck or something? I just don't look. This is something that like we tried to kind of let happen, but it just turned into a whack-a-mole situation where like, oh no, this guy went down, and now we all feel really, really, really like we have to keep spending our luck on this guy to get back up or whatever. If we just cancel that out and say no, that's their luck. They're the only one that can do that. It gets out so many of these like, oh no, I guess I need to like help him up. I guess I need to like be spending this or else I'm a bad teammate. And that doesn't feel right. No, this should be spent on you. Because if you're spending your luck on them and you're suddenly the lowest luck character at the table, now you're going to be subjected to a lot of traps and shit. How do I cast a spell without mana? This should go in the magic section. I'm going to keep this organized. Is there no critical fail? Nope. I don't think I need to explain anything on that. How do random encounters work? I feel like that's general, maybe? Magic. Okay. Materials goes into equipment. Shields up there. Life. Group turn initiative work. This should be in general. Oh wait, here. Right down here. Wait. I answered this with like a double negative. Nope, no critical fails. Really close and only damage and effects. Wait, what? Isn't there also a random encounter substitute for travel complications? Yes. I feel like you'll fail to realize that luck is not a resource, but it's also a meta currency. Yep. It took you a while to really see luck as a currency. Had to unlearn 5e. You will start to see how many ways that I designed luck to function as luck in the game once you step behind the GM screen. Once you start reading the way that I write adventures, you'll see like, oh, this is the way that we do randomly determining shit instead of finding out like, oh, okay, what player gets hit by this trap. It's like, oh, there is a system for arbitrating it, and it's whoever's got the lowest luck right now. Oh, okay. Who are the monsters choosing to ambush? The one with the lowest luck. It's such a quick, easy arbiter that people are like, yeah, I did blow a lot of that on this other thing. Okay, I gotcha. Here we go. Okay. Good, I like how that's sorted out. Okay, so I'll talk about this. How much reward should I give out per quest depending on their level? Okay. There is no perfect answer to this. There is no perfect science to this. If I were to try and give you one, people would adhere themselves too strictly to it. And I choose not to give it to you because I want you to just keep your mind open to the fact of you don't really need to give a fuck about how much gold your player characters have, because in this system, we're not using gold for experience. In some systems that do, this is an inherent thing with those that I'm a little bit worried about. I get why they would want to do it. I don't do that over here because we use milestone leveling. This straight up, this is always going to depend on what's going to work out for you and your group. If you want them to be rich, load them up. Like, give them all the shit that they want to get, right? If players want to roll out with like, yes, I want this badass sword that's going to level up with me or whatever, get them rich earlier on. Get them some kind of legacy weapon that you guys decide it's going to get these powers or what the fuck ever. Cool. Give them their own little side quest and a piece of equipment. However, if I was to tell you exactly at level 1, they need to get 1,000 gold pieces by the end of this adventure, that gets people too stuck on a very specific thing that I say, and they use my word as gospel anytime they're talking about adventure design moving forward. I don't have the perfect answer here. The perfect answer does not exist. If you are very, very into numbers and think that number equals truth, therefore if this does not have a number, it can't be good, or like, I can't use this information or whatever, get yourself out of that mindset. You like staying poor, I like my characters to struggle and hustle. I don't really care either way. Chat rules, a third rule, trigger word for a bunch of time. I thought that maybe I said it. Wait, what? Also think you're putting that in the chat rules, a third rule? Wait. TW. What? Wait, what's my third rule? Uh-oh. Wait, shit. It's been forever since I said that. What's my third rule? No, I don't even know how to adhere to my own chat. The perfect answer depends on your party table. Yeah, 100%. Like, you run the adventure you want to run. I've been at plenty of tables where, like, first quest, they got fucking filthy rich. Cool. Okay, what they get to do? They got to, yeah. Oh, about the eye patch? Oh, yeah, it's real. Wait, what? Okay, before you can chat in my chat, you have to, like, agree to 3 rules, and I think the third one is, like, I've already explained the eye patch. Please just, like, can we not just constantly be asking if the eye patch is real or what the fuck ever? One of the worst kind of gigs that I think you can get if you are somebody that has to wear an eye patch is working at an elementary school. Yeah. And the number of times some kid's gone up and been like, "Oh, Mr. Pirate Man," and I've been like, "Just fucking try again, kid." Like, no, we're gonna stop here. You tell me. Try again. What's my name? Mr. Pounds. And I'm like, cool, don't ever call me that again. And then you just move on. You don't embrace it because then they're gonna treat other people that wear eye patches like, oh no, Mr. Pounds thought it was cool that I no, you gotta correct it. People with disfigurements and disabilities, like, yeah, are you real? Well, people with disfigurements and disabilities, if you go and you work inside a school and you decide like it's just easier for me to like placate, you know, whatever, yeah, I'll embrace the thing. No, you gotta correct it before they start doing that to someone else. People will claim up and down not to be ableist, but then always poke, prod, and ask questions about your visible disability. Well, like, it's fine if people ask questions. I don't mind that. It's whenever, you know, kids are assholes. Or, I mean, honestly, it's more whenever adults are assholes that I'm more like, wait, seriously? You just fucking said that to me? Yeah, there was a woman in the mall one time here at Woodland Hills Mall. I'll never forget this. We were in a candy store, and I don't remember who I was with at the time. I might have been with my mom. And some kids like came up into the line and like saw me and then ran the other way. And then the woman that was in front of us went like, oh, you must have scared them. And it took me a second because I was like, did this fucking fat bitch just say that shit to me? What the fuck? And like, I hadn't really registered it because her diabetic ass is up there buying like 8 fucking pounds of chocolate. And I'm just like sitting there in line like, what the fuck? Wait, what just happened? And it took me like so long to register. Like, for whatever reason, whenever someone has the goddamn audacity like that, it stops up here for a second. I'm like, I can't believe they just fucking did that. Like, I really can't believe, like, you would have thought someone would have had the decency to, like, but it just thought for a second, yeah, that probably wasn't, like, this would be a mean thing to say, you know, and so I'm gonna not say it. But no, dude, parents, I say parents, adults are way worse than kids about it. Yeah. Old folks don't even realize they're being rude as fuck. Yeah, I have told a couple of adults, like, hey, just go fuck yourself. Like, if they were getting strange about it, and I'm like, you need to get out of my face. And if they're like, whoa, what do you mean? I was just asking, like, I was just trying. No, there is a line where someone's fine with it, and then you're looking at me like I'm a fucking circus monkey. Back the fuck up, you know, like, yeah. And anybody that's ever like, well, you should know, you're going to get the questions. I'm like, you should know I'm about to lecture your ass on some goddamn common decency. Like, I really got to talk to you like a kindergartner over this shit. Come on now, you know? Yeah. I don't know. From teaching elementary school, you just pick up a lot more. Just you stop putting up with as much shit, and I think you get armed with better tools too to dealing with it. Okay, so we got that. Does hold require focus? And we had a discussion about this. This was in regards to holding your action, and nothing in the book says that it requires your focus to do that. So this kind of feels like someone was implying a rule that did not exist. I don't know. Does hold require focus? If we're talking about holding your action, then no. If we're talking about you casting the hold spell, it obeys the rules for focusing just like any other spell. So, so I'm going to interpret this as, wait, here. No. Okay. Hold. Huddle. I'm just gonna cover just like any other spell. If you want it to persist, yes, just like any other spell. Okay. A section on casting spells without mana bite be nice. There already is one. People often ask what happens when you pick a perk with a prerequisite you don't fulfill. It's obvious that nothing happens, but it gets asked often. In that point, like, I see this from Hiskey. I'm like, there's a level of being obtuse that I'm like, you gotta just read the book. It says it. You just played back the stream to hear what was said. What the fuck, lady? Yeah, I mean, it was just some fucking old fat bitch who was just like in line in front of me at the candy store. I don't even remember what we were getting there. But yeah, her going like, your face must have scared him. I was like, what? What? Yeah, it sounds like you shouldn't even be able to pick that perk if you don't meet the prerequisites. That's the thing. The book says if you... It's gonna short my fucking brain. The book says if you don't meet the prerequisites to take the perk, you can't take the perk. Because the only reason it required those prerequisites is that they are important for how the perk functions. Yeah, reading the text explains the text. Yeah, it's I don't know what to say at that point. Especially if I basically just have to rewrite the rulebook and rewrite an FAQ that people aren't going to read anyways. This is why some of these, it's like, no, there's no crit fails in the game. It doesn't say anywhere that there are. Can I throw a grappled enemy? It's within the whatever's within the bounds of reality. Does taking damage break focus? I've seen it debated before. No, it is not concentration. Okay. Boom. That's always the thing too, is I'm like, I'm telling you guys, I really was not inspired by a lot of 5e to make this game, but people are still reading it like it's 5e, and I'm like, it's not it's not it's not 5e. Okay, let me see another one here. Yeah, if it's not written in the rules, don't imply it. I'm just gonna say this. The FAQ might need a section called, does X do this because it does in 5e? And the answer is always no. Yes. I might actually do that, Hiskey. Well, yeah, there should be a... Here, do we just do that? Do we say, is this 5e thing in... Is this 5e thing in Vagabond? Does taking damage break focus? No, it is not concentration. God, there's so many other things too. There were so many questions that we've gotten over time that I'm like, it's not 5e. It doesn't imply 5e anywhere. Don't read it like it's 5e. I think it's worthwhile to actually have something like this so that people can see, like, this is also a thing with just the TTRPG scene. People very much see the wait, what? The more specialized your stats are, the less stats you have based on the D12 stat chart, which are the formula for the point buy. Yeah. Yeah, 6 and 7 stats are more expensive, yes. Okay. Vagabond. Okay, here we go. Can I throw a grappled enemy? Okay. If you got no mana, you can cast as yes, thank you. Okay, confusion about, yeah, okay. I think a good fact question. Number 1, who spends a mana to fire off an imbued spell after the attack hits? Okay. I knew imbued was gonna have this come up. People definitely really want this to be a fantasy, but yes, it is complicated. Of all the different castings, this is the one that is, because you are specifically targeting a piece of equipment, it is different. Different than anything else in the game. Okay. Okay. Alright, let me see if I can summarize this. So, another one. Who spends the mana to fire off an imbued spell after the attack hits? I'm going to be very real here. Either the caster or the wielder of the imbued weapon. Whatever's cool. Let it work. People should not freak about the balance of imbue, because the opportunity cost, the opportunity and action economy cost tends to keep this in check. Yeah. The one who casts the imbue delivery, are the one who's doing the hitting. We're going to answer that up there, because imbue targets a weapon equipped by a willing being within far. And I thought a wizard can imbue a revelator sword. They can, and when it hits, a revelator can spend 1 mana to cast a spell. We're going to allow either or to happen, because if it's imbued and then the wizard runs out of mana, but like you got some, it just feels strange to not be able to allow that to happen. Just let it. But the rule suggests the wizard needs to be see the enemy being hit in order to spend the mana. We're gonna look. Just don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. It costs so many headaches. Well, yeah, there's intuitive mechanic, right? Where it's like, I think people are overthinking things. They're overthinking things and convincing themselves that something doesn't work that actually does. Or there's some people who just kind of don't accept that it works a certain way. Or they're thinking that they're getting away with cheating in this or something, and I'm like, that's not, guys, it's a storytelling game, just let it move forward. Like, kill the goblins, go fight. Yeah, I want, like, in this case, I'm fine either way, however it happens. Does firing the imbued spell end the imbue on the weapon? No. It does not say anywhere in the book that that's what happens. No. If you're focusing on it, it continues for as long as you keep focusing on it. So don't, again, this is another one of those things, like, don't imply a rule exists that doesn't exist. Let me see here. What you're thinking of is a piece of ammunition? Wait, what? What? Wait, now I'm confused. In view in his own section, yeah. Oh, and what is the number next to the die on stat blocks? It's average damage. It's a 5e thing. That was the way that they started showing average damage, and it's just gotten like kind of picked up by a lot of the TTRPG scene. We're gonna say stat blocks. What just happened there? Why did that go red? Or why did that go white? Wait, why did I say red? That's very strange. Why did that? Okay. Wait, is the Discord, in the Discord, is there a guide to set up Vagabond on Owlbear? Yes, look up the stuff from Alex, and I'll be making a guide and putting it in a PDF and distributing it later. Oh wait, can I catch? That would have been so funny if my mic didn't mute there, because that was a loud ass part. I was like, alright, I'll catch it with the mic mute beforehand. Oh, okay. Stat blocks. Okay. It's a similar interaction to the Salvinus perk with ranged weapons. Yeah, again, there's this thing where it's like, does it create a headache of tracking? If so, just you're probably interpreting it in a way where it's like, just you're overthinking it. Just keep the game going. Like, just let the fantasy action of it be cool. The interesting. Oh, later, Travis. We'll see you, man. The interesting thing isn't how many arrows are in, you know, Katniss's quiver at all. It's just she's gonna go shoot stuff with a bow. Let her go. That's it. That's the game. The story is not made more interesting by the fact of we know exactly how many arrows are in their quiver. It's just does Lord of the Rings ever make a point to talk about Legolas's quiver or anything like that? Like about the amount of arrows he currently has on it, and I just don't see it. None of it's ever interesting in storytelling, so I don't know why we do it in a TTRPG. Yeah, it's like when I asked one of my, it's like when one of my players asked, "Does that perk work with your fists?" And I just said yes because it would be cool. Yep. It's like I try to do. I'd love to hear about Legolas quivering. All right, you. We gotta watch out for you, Ataru dev. Where was I at? Oh, stat blocks. What's the number next to the die? What does that look like that just didn't copy paste? Uh-oh. Do we have, is InDesign freezing? InDesign might be freezing. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Woo! I'm gonna say, what is the number next to the damage dice on stat blocks? This is the average damage roll. Okay. The visual of someone oiling up their hands before they beat your ass is objectively hilarious. Oh yeah, 100%. Mind if I ask about the craft for activity value table? You're a little confused by it? Sure, let's see. So, you tell me, what, craft by activity. So what has you... Let's see here. Okay. Alright, so what's your question about it? Now I just got that picture of someone like, gonna punch this guy now. Like, oh man. Yeah, I gotta make sure my hands aren't at, yeah. It says 8. Right. Yes. It does say that. No, you're eating it. No, you're reading it wrong. Because the lower the number represents better skill. This is the thing. The number represents your difficulty with the scale, with the skill, rather than a bonus to the skill. Because everything we're trying to hit is a DC with it, right? So if your crafts, if what's shown right there, the craft difficulty number is lower, it means you are better at that thing. That might sound counterintuitive, but what it means is you're able to see what you need to roll on a d20 in order for you to pass the check with it at any point. So like, I have to roll a 6 or higher to pass the craft skill check, right? That's the reason why it's backwards. Yes, the higher your stats, the lower the skill difficulty, the more value you can generate per craft activity. Yes, that's how it works. Let me see here. I'm gonna grab some from... Oh, that was us talking about magic for a minute. That was people getting upset that we were talking about magic for a minute. Oh, there we go. That got me caught up. Okay. You weren't thinking straight. No, I mean, I get that it's a change in mindset whenever there's a system like, you know, 5e, where you're going to have to do more math, but at least what's presented are bonuses, and that makes sense for bigger number equal better result in that instance, right? But you get less math if you will just kind of understand this one little quirk to the game, and that is that what's represented on your character sheet is your difficulty with the skill, not your proficiency with the skill, right? This is how difficult is it for you to pass that check, not you add this number to any checks you make with the skill because you're that good at it, right? It's a mindset change. Let me see here. Okay, that was people talking about Pokemon. I'm trying to make sure. Do we have any other questions going on? I'm trying to see before I shut down stuff for the night and go do this COVID test. Is there any way for enemies to crit in Vagabond? No, it is not interesting to me that an enemy crits, and most often I'm hearing about GMs fudging crits because they just don't think that it's fun. Enemies cannot crit. It's not interesting at all whenever they do. I've also kind of just got to be direct with a lot of these questions at times. Because it's like, I've got to just say no. I have to just say no. That's not a, like, impatience or anything like that. It's just a, like, I have to just be very clear. Because if I don't just be very clear, yes or no, then that turns into a bunch of, well, but what about in this case? And I'm like, no, it doesn't happen. Is there... Okay, how about... Because this question's worded very strangely. Can enemies crit in Vagabond? No. Are there critical fails? No. Does holding your action require focus? No. Okay, here. Let me come up with the thing here. What does it mean by choose your stats? Choose an array from the table above this paragraph. With the point by method we play tested, there were only 12 possible arrays. Yeah. Due to this, I just opted to put all of the possible arrays in a table and have you either choose or roll your starting array. Yes, there was a reason to do this, because, I mean, I could reintroduce the point buy system, but I'm telling you, why would you put yourself through that whenever we already have all the numbers right there? We have all of the potential outcomes that could be happening with point buy. There were only 12. Yeah, there were only 12 possible outcomes from the way that we calculated point buy. If you are like, well, I still want to do it anyways, I'm like, I guess, then, like, you do you, but, like, I'm not going to waste my page count doing that. Cuts that on analysis paralysis, TBH, yeah. Like, yes. Yes. I'm like, if people want to be stubborn because they're like, you know, then whatever. But, yeah, no, I'm not printing that in a book because it doesn't need to be there. It's literally one of those instances of the only information that came up was 12 possible arrays. If that was the only thing that could happen, why would I put a bloated point buy system in instead of just showing the 12 arrays and being like, you can roll for it or choose one? It's literally the exact same thing. Like, it's literally the same thing as you doing point buy, but I just saved you 20 minutes of figuring it out. Like, yeah. So let me see here. Are there any questions on ancestries? Can I get like 5 spells on? Yeah. Oh yeah, I want to include this. Imbue. You have one if I don't? Yeah, please ask away. Imbue. Here we go. Can we keep... Yes, and it costs you 6 actions to make that happen. There you go. This is always my response to that. Yeah, you could have been mowing down. Yeah, you beat your gambling game. Hey. So you're rich now? It's basically just D&D brain want to have some point buy in this game, honestly. To want to have some point buy in this game. Yeah, and it's like, it's there. It's literally, what are you doing whenever you point buy? You are selecting what your array of stats is. So, here you go. Your array of stats could only be one of these 12 potential, you know, like, it could only be one of these 12 potential things, mathematically. So, why not just take one of these? Why not just take one of these? Rich in spirit. Oh, bless. And 5 mana, yeah. For Elf, what was the reason that they do not start with mana in testing? Was it too much even for 1 mana? Why do they need it? To cast those spells? They can already cast them. Why doesn't Elf get any mana? Why doesn't anybody who starts with a spell? Like, if they get it in their ancestry, they can do the effect or the damage. Why doesn't Elf start with mana? They can still cast the spell. Wait. It has mostly using imbue? What? Yeah, if you want to do some cool ass Power Rangers final attack shit, go for it. However, you could also just be hitting the enemies. Yeah. Exactly. Like, whenever people go like, and this is the thing with imbue. People think that this thing is fucking absurd. Like, that this is one of the most and I'm like, you guys know how much time you're wasting by trying to overload this thing and make it work when you could just be throwing out all kinds of damage and AoEs and everything? You're gonna really fuck up one enemy in particular. That's about it. Oh, later, Crow. I'm stoked for PAX, man. If you want to hit with a spell, just cast a spell. Yeah. Mostly to do with imbue. That's just a question one of my players has about mana when they wanted to use imbue, so just passing that on. Yeah, then, I mean, they should probably go play, like, I mean, they should probably play class-wise, like Magus or Revelator. Because if they want to specialize in doing the imbue thing, like, those are the classes to do it. But that is a pretty firm restriction. They're going to be able to have that up for, like, the 1 round. And then, like, here's the deal. If they cast it into the weapon. Okay, cool. And then on subsequent rounds, when they go to hit someone with it, I mean, they're not going to be able to up the damage because they don't have mana. You know, so this is the kind of thing, right? This casting had to have some cost to it. The reason why none of the ancestry start out with the mana is because come on, spellcasters need some kind of a specialization here. They need something that feels exclusive for them. This is still a nice little perk, even if you don't go get mana. Like, it's still an option for you that you just kind of always have this little power with you. Yeah, and sometimes it can just be, I don't have another damage option. I'm throwing this out there. Boom! And, you know, yeah. What else we got? That was us talking about monsters. Okay. With the Gish perk imbue is like a 5e Paladin Smite, otherwise it's like the Mage Enchantments from Dragon's Dogma. Yeah. Maybe make / homebrew a perk that's like you can replace the weapon damage with the effect of the spell. Like, whenever you hit them, it does the effect of the spell instead. Wait. I did see a lot of folks miss the part where 0 mana can be cast. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'm just like, guys, it's in the casting section. Yeah, like someone in chat was saying earlier, like reading the card explains the card. It's like, yeah. I think that's the fantasy they're trying to go for, but they can't say for certain. Wait, like they're going for the spell sword thing. Like, there's plenty of ways to achieve it. There really are. Yeah, but it's the kind of thing where I've still got to say, like, don't bog you down in your ancestral traits, because that's really just, yeah. Wait, they're playing a gunslinger, aiming for making an outlaw star build, so I think that was their goal of making gunslinger plus magic. Plus they'll have to wait for later builds. Yeah, they're gonna have to level up into that. There's a perk that they're gonna be able to get pretty quick with it, like Secret of Mana. They can tap into that. But if they're like, I very specifically want this gunslinger to do XYZ thing, or yeah, like Onyx just said, just make a gun relic. Yeah, a magic gun relic. Yep. Yeah. God, my nose. You mean a variant archetype for that as well? Hey, what up, Chronic? Okay. So what all? Here, if they want more, check out the Secret of Mana perk. Secret of Mana needs you to at least have, to have at least 7 max mana. I mean, because some people want to just be able to get it to get 1, I guess. I don't really see why it would be a massive restriction there. Okay. I'm assuming, I mean, at least because I hadn't really heard a whole lot of questions on the ancestries. Let's talk classes real quick. And then I gotta take this COVID test to make sure I'm not sick for tomorrow. I already think I've got to call in because I can feel it getting worse. Okay. That is the prerequisite, so if you removed it, it would open up a lot of things. What? Okay, it has been a minute since I wrote this one. No, wait, that's not the prerequisite. It's just that you know any spell. Yeah. Their casters are simply martialists who get a combination of magical secret, Sacred Mana, and meta magic bird. Yeah. Yep. Well, like, that's the fantasy. You think in a meta magic? I think the reason why meta magic needed that was because it did up your casting max. Yeah. Yeah, the maximum mana you can spend on a spell increases by 1. You can take this perk multiple times. Yeah. Because, like, I wanted to make sure that you weren't just getting it and wasting it. Okay. Alright, what else we got? So, we were talking about classes. Are there any questions on classes? Let me see, I'm gonna kind of scroll through here. Val, what are you up to? Hey! Oh, did I just get another art scammer request? Oh, you have got to be kidding me. How? They are out in fucking droves. Holy shit. Pull Player facing is only lightly touched upon in the book. Okay. I'm trying to skim real quick and see. Mirage says if any action is taken to investigate the illusory object, make a cash check to determine the outcome. My question is, since the object has no tangible form, what might a past cash check look like when someone pokes that object? It doesn't hold up to, yeah, they detect it's fake. Yep. Yeah, okay. That goes beyond just an investigation of it. I'm just looking over here before I come back over here. Okay. Okay. Favor and hinder doesn't stack. What does this mean? Okay. Merchant is gonna need some clarification? About what? I mean, like, please let me know. What does favor... Just gold sink? Why? I was asking if I think that alchemists would sooner need clarification than merchant. Well, that's the thing. If people could tell me why it would need the clarification, I'd be happy to address it. But I just need to hear why. Like what needs the clarification? This should be nope. Keep the previous, right? Why didn't this keep? Why isn't that? The both classes are pretty clear, but I guess some maybe something like if people get confused by a feature like a mix. Well, until someone's asking something about it, I'm not gonna. I'm trying not to just assume I have to explain something before I have to explain it. Is that the intention? Awe-inspiring grants 2 favor with it. Yes, Bard can use double that. Yes, because they're literally blowing everything about their turn to do a D4 bonus. Yeah, it's totally fine. Okay, they specifically use the phrase they don't stack in right. So in 5e, if you have multiple sources of advantage / disadvantage, it's a wash and you can stop counting. In Vagabond, they don't stack, but you still need to count your sources of favor / hinder to see if one gets out ahead. Yes, okay. You only ever roll 1d6 as a penalty or bonus. Even if 2 effects are causing does this explain this well? Let me hear it. What does favor and hinder don't stack mean? So you only ever roll 1d6 as a bonus or penalty, even if 2 or more effects are causing favor or hinder. Right? Is that fair? Does that make sense? Man, we got into like spooky territory with the music. Makes sense to you? Yeah, I think I feel this getting worse. Hmm? I don't know what's happening with that. Okay. Maybe people just don't understand that favored or hindered is a state of being for the role. Maybe. Maybe? Yeah, we'll just... Yeah. Here. Or penalty. Did that just make that more complicated? You only ever roll 1d6 as a bonus. Favored, hindered, yeah, or penalty, hindered, more hindered than favor, even if 2 or more effects are causing favor or hinder. Did adding the parentheses just fuck that up? I think getting rid of the parentheses makes it cleaner. Okay. All right. Classes. I just want to ask again. I think saying more favor / hinder on the roll and make it more clear. It could be fine. I don't know. We'll see what people say about this with the fact doc. Okay, classes. So, does anybody have any confusing moments that go on with class mechanics? I knew that someone did like a whole article basically writing up on the Vanguard. And it seemed like it was just kind of a not really understanding what the intent of the class was. Does changing weapons in combat cost anything? And old Gus just goes dignity. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, action or skipping your move. Are targets of your rampant charge considered grappled? Okay, hang on. Where did this one go? Shit, this was right. Does changing weapons in combat cost anything? Someone pulled the exact page count for it too. 76. Ooh, thank you, Olgus. Cool, that is the end of those. Wait. Does an attack with favorite dice add to its crit? If I rolled a 16 on the d20 and a 4 on the favorite dice, does that make it a crit? No. No. That's called a dirty 20. Yes, thank you, Onyx. Yes, it is a... No, it is only... it is very explicit. Hang on, I'm going to show this. It is explicitly... Where's the dice? Checks. Da-da-da-da. It is explicitly an unmodified 20. Unmodified 20. This was so important. I printed it in here twice. It's, yes, it is. Wait. That says a 20. Wait, what? Oh, we're changing that. Hang on. Oh, I'm fixing that in the end papers. Oh, that's gonna bug me. Well, I'm glad I specifically... Wait, what's wrong with it? It says specifically in the dice checks portion that a crit is a d20 rolls an unmodified 20, and it didn't say it on the end paper. You thought that's what you meant when you roll a 20 on a d20? Well, that's the thing, is now people are asking, well, what if I roll a 16, but then I get a 4 over here, and it's like, no, that's not a 20 on the d20. Like, that's not what that means. They're like, oh, I thought it was just a 20 on the check, and it's like, no, it's not. That is very, very specific, a very, very specific mechanic, because that can be very powerful, and we like designing around it as that has to be a 20. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna mark that down as something we are now changing. Wow. That's strange. I don't know how that got in. Without that one little word, huh? Save that. Okay. Does a bonus to a roll turn a d20 into a crit? No. I don't know. This is what we mean by unmodified 20. Okay. The fact that you need to specify it annoys the fuck out of me. But that's the thing, is like there's a lot of times where it's like you know, you have to repeat yourself. You go through, and this is not a poor pitiful me thing. It's just a, like, I don't really know how to make it. Sometimes I think it's just funny that it's like, yeah, we are just dumb monkeys at the end of the day. Like, there's, and plenty of people are like, oh yeah, I should have just read that, and it's like, yeah, so let's do that. I don't know. It's like one of the things I always ask the kids, like, hey, why did you do that? I don't know. Okay, are you gonna do it again? Probably. Why? Why are you gonna do that? I don't know. Like, there's, yeah. Okay, so I didn't see any more questions in chat. I think I have addressed everything over in the Vagabond General channel. I'm gonna skim up here real quick. Is there a guide to set up Vagabond on Owlbear? I'll put that in the FAQ. Where is the... Here, maybe I can just search for JSON. Nope. Okay. Ooh. Oh, right here. It is so fucking cool to see that this works. Owlbear. Yeah, a part of me was kind of waiting until Owlbear Rodeo approved of the app. Because I would love to be able to print a QR code in the book. There we go. Ooh. Maybe you're being too much of an asshole about it. No, the thing is, like, I think that people, it's not that I think, I know that people willfully interpret, like, my, like, kind of humor or whatever as, like, Taron's being an asshole, and I'm like, what? No, sometimes, like, I'm an asshole because I'm like, I get exasperated with answering the same question 5 times. Like, that's anybody. With saying that, like, we gotta be perfect humans. It's not even perfect. It's like psychotic to like demand, like, you don't have a reaction to being annoyed. That's fucking wild. Like, there's, the thing is, whenever it's like, it's only whenever it's like, that's in the book, that's in the book, that's in the book, that it kind of it does kind of like, oh. But I don't, like, there's a difference between like, oh, okay, well, look, it's in the book, all right, like, I'll tell you the information, but if I were to go like, you're so fucking stupid, why don't you just go read that? That's a different type of thing. That's actually being unhinged. I think people need to get a grip on what it means to actually be mean to a motherfucker. Like, come on now. Yeah, if I were to like tell someone like, you're so fucking stupid for asking it, yeah, I would understand if people were like, wow, we don't ever need to support this guy, what the hell ever again. But no, if you're being, you know, there's a difference. Yeah. God, it's just so cool to see this. Is there a way to integrate Ruinous League into this? It would be perfect. Like, I would pay money for it. People are already playing Ruinous League in it. I'm not sure how. I haven't seen it. Like, I haven't seen how they're doing it, but I have seen screenshots that people have done it. So, yeah, but it is... We do have it working in Owlbear Rodeo. And it has a working chat box. So that's cool. Oh, but the... I remember why I pulled this up. How do I install the Alba Rodeo? Here we go. Answer. Yeah, I know a lot of people are asking about buying the screen. I will have more info on that. I was just trying to make sure we had enough to fulfill the GameFound and the Kickstarter. All the Kickstarter has been sent out. Pretty much all the GameFound keeps getting sent out. But I'm going to need people on GameFound to figure out, do they... Like, what are we doing? Like, yeah, tell me about what you want to do with your order. Albert Radio Extension. I'm going to grab the... Here's the link. There we go. Install the following link as a custom extension in Albert Radio. There you go. Why didn't that make that a hyperlink? Okay, it did. If there was a way to add the committee into the randomly generated room /encounter/ event would be goated. This is the thing. I would like to do that. I don't know if Albert Rodeo is capable of doing that. I do know that that was a thing I did specifically bring up with the Foundry developers. And they said that it was possible to do in Foundry. Now, it's cool. But again, I'm not really looking to blow 10 grand of this thing on Foundry. Not at the moment. That 10 grand means way too much to the budget right now. Alright. I have these. Can it be done in Alchemy? I haven't seen it. I don't... What Alchemy needs to do is they need to get their tactical map figured out. They need to get that all ready to go. I would really hope that they drop the tactical map, like, ready to actually play and do dungeon crawls on soon. Yeah, that would make that sick. Okay. With that, I'm gonna go take this COVID test. I'm gonna see what's up. Because it's very strange to me that I can't breathe, and now I'm starting to feel my muscles are aching. So I'm gonna go give this a shot. Everybody, thank you so much for joining me. If you have any other questions, please let me know. Come join up with the Discord. I did post a link to that, I think, in chat earlier. Maybe, I don't know, I might be gaslighting myself there because I'm that much of a psycho. So, with that, y'all have a great night. Yeah, I'm gonna double check if this is COVID, then, you know, I'm definitely taking tomorrow off. I'm probably taking tomorrow off anyways. Anyway, so everybody, have a good night, and I will catch you all later.